Παρακαλώ καθίστε για να ξεκινήσουμε όσο γίνεται πιο γρήγορα.
Παρακαλώ πολύ σιγά σιγά να αρχίσουμε και να απομακρυνθούν οι κάμερες. Ελάτε παιδιά, πάμε λίγο. Παρακαλώ πολύ να απομακρυνθούμε για να...
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon from Larissa. I do not really know whether the choice about Larissa has been based on spatial or territorial, let's say, criteria, namely in the center of Greece. Anyway, unfortunately, we have had some, let's say, autumn weather conditions. We would have liked, let's say, to have a better day. However, this is a rainy day. However, here in our region, since we focus a lot on the primary sector and the farming, we're feeling very much blessed with this rain. Anyway, we have organized this event in order to present the regional programs under the National Framework Agreement, the ESPA, for the new programming period 2021-2027. So we will have a number of participants, most of them with physical presence here. Some of them, however, will be joining us via a Zoom connection. You will be able to see that later on. Anyway, without further ado, because we are somehow running a bit late, I would like to straight away welcome Mr. Konstantinos Agorastos, who is the governor of the region of Thessaly, for his welcoming address.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon, Minister Adonis, Georgiadis, Deputy Minister Mr. Tsakiris, Secretary General Mr. Skalkos, Special Secretary dear friends, members of the Hellenic Parliament, dear colleagues, governors of the other regions, mayors, staff from the regions, from the special executive units, dear friends. Special thanks are being addressed to our friends from Europe, Mr. Rasmussen, Mr. Paquet, Mr. Solomonidis, as well as Madam Karaitidis. So, good afternoon once again. I would like to welcome you all to Thessaly, and quoting an oracle in ancient Greek from Delphi. So among all territories, the best one is the one in Thessaly. This is how it translates into modern Greek. So we're here, ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of central Greece, at the heart of Greece, where all the regional programs are becoming alive. This is actually the area where the heart of all Greeks is becoming alive. And I would like to warmly thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Secretary Generals for all their support, for all their help, because it does not suffice for the regions to actually fulfilling their role in an appropriate manner, but it also takes the appropriate response on behalf of the ministries. And indeed, we have had this response on behalf of the Ministry of Development from 0.59 billion to 8.2 billion. So this is indeed an honor for us and a reward for our work. We would like to thank all the members of your staff at the ministry. We would also like to thank all the members of the staff at the level of the regions and the municipalities for this excellent collaboration, because throughout all those years, the Greek regions have had a dire time, I must say. However, today it is actually an even more dire period, because in the previous year it was mostly about the financial crisis, the financial crunch, the social crisis. However, now as we speak, we are experiencing a tangible crisis, the healthcare crisis, the pandemic crisis, social crisis, and also the warfare crisis alongside with the energy crisis. So all that together leads to a very dangerous, I would say, reality. However, it is not something that took us by surprise, and we did not stop to our relentless efforts. On the contrary, we collaborated under a responsible manner of operation with synergies and teamwork, and we have proven indeed that what the country needs is a severe manner of serious manner of work, collaboration, synergies and responsibility. With most of the managing authorities, we have collaborated in the past as well. We have known each other and we have waged, I would say, very difficult battles in order to have the previous programming period survive. And we did manage to save the previous programming period and its programs and its projects, because one would help the other. This is why we managed to solve those problems. Ladies and gentlemen, we do need to place special emphasis and special attention to the signs of the times, the signs from the future, in order to set the appropriate prerequisites and shape the society to the expectations of our citizens for the future. In the coming years, the changes that are about to take place will be much more than the ones that took place in the previous 100 years. Therefore, life itself sets the pace. Be proactive, be with a foresight behavior. So we need to address this situation and make sure that we are able to deal with the problems that make us feel uncomfortable. So in the name of this transformation of the economy, we need to make haste. And this is indeed happening in a stable pace, because we are fully aware of the fact that we need to support the people of all those actually who partially exited the labor market, whose labor contracts were suspended, those who were hit by natural disasters such as Giannis. And of course, without the collaboration on behalf of the ministry, the minister, the secretary general, this would not have been in place. So growth and development must be based on the motto build back better. In other words, be in a position to consolidate our society via the tools that we have available in order to avert and in order to resist, if you like, and in order to address rather all those risks and the impacts coming from the future threats. This is actually what we are doing in Thessaly. However, now it is the time for the Made in Europe and Made in Greece growth model. And so for the country, this is what it will take. We need national energy, national water resources, national food, but also from the military point of view to be strong. So we need actually to enhance this relationship of trust towards the regions and across Europe, because without trust, any collaboration and any interaction among the people will be for no cause. So the combination between growth and actually merger will be of no meaning unless there is an understanding of the other, there is solidarity. So this merger between the individual and the collective community. And we have to actually rule by stating the role model and to lead via our words and via our projects. So all those that are present here in the room must feel that they are part of the team, the ΕΣΠΑ team. So what does this mean? That we have one single heart, if you like, one single heartbeat. So what can we achieve? That this soil, yellowish or brownish soil, becomes gold. So dear friends, dear guests, everybody says that you need to inspire and to lead the people. This is why we adopt this leadership model with empathy, and we adopt the approach bottom down. And we have set up a reliable system and asking for the trust of the people. We want them to know that we protect them, and we do not just say it in theory, but we really mean it. So we promote the future, a better future. Actually, Thessaly is among one of the best 20 green deals in Europe in favor of the environment, the culture, tourism, and water resources management. So the approval and the adoption of the programs has been a very prominent step. So congratulations to our minister, to the head echelons of the ministry. Would like also to thank and congratulate our European partners for their collaboration, because actually Europe is a single entity, and it is the guarantee for the culture, for solidarity, for a humanitarian spirit. And this is the guarantee for everybody, and everybody knows that, because all people, all citizens know that this is the land where you can have a better future, where you can become better, when you can make a better living with solidarity and health. This is why they choose for the better. This is why they choose for Europe. So, as the Latins said, non omnia possumus, possunt amnes. So not everybody can be best at everything. This is why each one is selected at the area where they are the best, namely Europe. Now, about the partnership agreements. The majority of the regions have proven that they have delivered. So this is why the partnership agreement projects have been so successful. At this point, however, I would like to address a special thanks to the Special Secretary for the Decentralized Government, because we have an excellent collaboration. Now, of course, the government indeed evaluated and performed several evaluations, and this is indeed a very appropriate approach. And they said that, okay, that the regions can really share, if you like, a bigger burden, and we can do so, and we do not complain. So this is why we have this increase at the level of resources to 8.1 billion from 5.9 billion. And this is indeed where we have seen that there is solidarity among the regions. So there was no, let's say, unfair competition. On the contrary, we submitted our proposals, and we all feel part of a team, of a national team, the national Greek team. Might that be Thessaly or Asteria or the Crete. Now, of course, in the past, financial resources were not absorbed because of lack of maturity, so we did miss projects. However, now this has changed, and we have seen many projects in Thessaly at the level of the road networks, school buildings, waste management resources, tele management, sanitary management systems, and so on, everywhere in Thessaly. In the same manner, in this museum where we are today, it has been awarded with European distinctions. It is a unique museum in Greece. It's the Diachronic Museum of Larissa. This is also the fruit and the product of a partnership agreement. But even where you may not see the partnership agreement tagging, when you have solidarity projects for combating poverty, the disability, or vulnerable groups, there is no tagging. However, the partnership agreement, ΕΣΠΑ, is actually lies deeply in the hearts of the people. So ΕΣΠΑ actually translates into projects for the people that are needed by the people, by the society, that improve everyday lives of the people, even in the most remote villages. So, from the villages to the biggest urban centers, laying a safety net. So forging a common policy and a policy for growth and development in Europe, for the green transition, for the environmental protection, the protection of the environment that is our common home. And this is the outcome of an appropriate design of policy, strategic acclaim of projects, empathy, and at the epicenter you always have the individual, the people. So via synergies, we deliver projects with an added value for many people, because for every euro that is invested by the ΕΣΠΑ, this is invested for the people. That might be a part of a road network with workers. There may be kindergartens and creches for the families and for and their babies to be catered for, whether it be a sports center, a small business, all sorts of state aid. Always at the epicenter you will find the people, the individual. So the ΕΣΠΑ projects support the economy, and they pump oxygen and hope into the society. They create jobs, create conditions of safety and fair and just growth and equal opportunities to all. Not only funds are shared or revenues are allocated. This is not the subject matter. This is not what it is in question today. The young people need equal opportunities, and via the partnership agreement programs we offer equal opportunities on an equitable basis for every Greek man and every Greek woman. All those projects actually take us to the future and to growth. We are all members of a team, and actually we succeeded at the level of the first stage, and we succeeded in not having exclusions and in not having funds lost at the level of transfers from one programming agreement to the other, because in the past this has been the case, and the ministry itself was fully aware of the reality, and this is why they made changes. So actually, we made sure that we so-called adopted a discount approach for the new ESPA instead of the opposite one. So as we speak in Greece, the highest number of projects to be seen ever before is taking place across the country for all enterprises, for all businessmen, regardless of their size. So there is a solid safety net, huge interest vis-à-vis the ΕΣΠΑ projects, and all members of the economy, all members of the community, if you like, may enjoy of those projects. But what is even more important, they have not felt that they are alone, that they have not felt insecure, they have not felt that they could not have recourse to anybody. The government, during those difficult moments, stood by the citizens, and we will remain in the same manner. We will do so united as one fist to support our citizens. Therefore, I would like to warmly thank you all for being here. I would also like to warmly thank our European friends, and I would like to reiterate that everybody can feel safe and proud for all those investments taking place in the country, that they have a multiplying impact and a multiplying effect. Thank you.
Ακούνε, διότι όπως είπαμε έχουμε κάποιες απουσίες, γιατί ο COVID είναι εδώ. Έχουμε λοιπόν και απουσίες μεταξύ περιφερειαρχών. Όλη η εκδήλωση...
So we know that everything will be streamlined, so sustainable development for all. This is the motto you see right on top. And let us welcome the host of this event, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis. You have the floor, sir.
And Patrick, thank you very much for the great cooperation we had with you all this period of time, with my colleague, Mr. Tsakiris and Mr. Skalkos, Ms. Dandolou, and Mr. Servos. And we managed to be able today to present to the Greek people real results that will affect
τα οποία θα αλλάξουν τη ζωή τους. Επιτρέψτε μου τώρα να σας μιλήσω ελληνικά, αλλά θα ήθελα να πω ότι πρέπει να νιώθετε άνετα εδώ. So a warm round of applause from our friends from the European Union that are here with us today. Dear colleague, Deputy Minister Giannis Tsakiris, Secretary General Mr. Skalkos, Secretary General Special Secretary Mrs. Dandolou, regional governors, mayors, dear colleagues, MPs, thank you very much for being here today. And I'd like to thank the local government as well, the local government representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a very important day for the Ministry of Development, but also for me and my associates, but mainly for Greece. And this is the bright kickoff of an effort that started some time ago, quite a long time ago, when we, on the 9th of July 2019, became government, and I was placed in this position by the Prime Minister, and I know that with Mr. Tsakiris and Mr. Skalkos, we are responsible for the new ESPA, the new NSRF, the PA. We had some events to deal with. One, we had an NSRF which was running, and then I received a letter, a warning letter from Commissioner Hahn saying that Greece ran the risk of losing 1.5 billion because the absorption rate was low, and also a negotiation for the new NSRF, which had not yet been completed. And we had to stand up and prove that despite the fact that we were lagging behind in relation to absorption, we had to ask for a bigger amount for the new NSRF. And this was very difficult because when the EU sees that you can't absorb the money you've received, why would they give you more for the next round, for the next NSRF? I'd like to warmly thank all my colleagues and all the executives in the Ministry of Development responsible for the NSRF, but also at MOV, the MOU, Mr. Dimitriou, his associates, and everybody working in the MAs, because these 3.5 years, the people there have achieved the impossible. We had a quick absorption of the NSRF in these 3.5 years. So the speed is a record high for us of all times, and we moved quickly in the midst of the pandemic from the 19th position we were when we went to the ministry to the first and second position. This changes every day very quickly, and we showed and proved to our European partners that Greece can absorb, it can bring about results, and it can implement projects. This is not as easy as it sounds, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's easy to say it, it's easy to present a table, but this requires hard work by many, many people. I'm very proud because thanks to the high absorption of the NSRF 2014, but mainly in 2020, we were able to put up a protective shield against the pandemic. We absorbed a double amount, double that we had budgeted, meaning we would have had a 3% higher GDP recession if we hadn't absorbed such amounts in 2021. And I'd like to say that in 21 and 22, the absorption rate was also high. And I'd like to say something now about being a member of the EU. So we hear a lot of people being Eurosceptical, a lot of people complain that European Union is too slow, and now we complain that in the energy situation, Europe should have done things faster and have done more. But let's not forget that back in some years ago when we had the crisis in Greece, there was a lot of Euroscepticism and people were complaining. But if we were to come in a spaceship and we landed on Earth and we wanted to pick the part of the world that we would like to live in, we would be crazy if we didn't pick the EU to live in, because we know that there's nothing perfect in life, there's nothing perfect in the universe, but we strive to make our lives better, and the EU is the best place to live in the world today. This is the place where democracy is triumphant. This is a place where human rights are respected. This is the place where freedom of speech is at the very core of what we do. Protection of the environment is not just empty words. We believe in protecting the environment, and we want to give the future generations the possibility to live on a beautiful planet. We have a lot of research. We have the best universities. We have the state-of-the-art hospitals. So we are proud and we are very happy that Konstantinos Karamanlis, the leader of Greece, once put us into the European Union back, the European community, so that we can now talk about the kickoff of the new ESPA. Well, back then, there were many problems. We know that New Democracy actually lost the elections after we joined the EU to the party that said that we should have left NATO. But we know that we came back to power again, and we had Samaras as well, and a lot of unpopular decisions were made, but we saw that the Greek people again voted for those who said that we should leave the euro area, and they didn't take us out of the euro area. Why? Because it's better to be in Europe and not outside Europe, and better to be in the euro area than outside the euro area. But we were able to defend it in public when others were being populists. And I'm saying this because today the crisis which we have in the energy sector due to the invasion of Ukraine also has led to more populism, a resurgence of populism in the European Union. And I'd like to say that we also had the illegal invasion of President Putin into Ukraine, but we know that we, the European Union, will come out stronger. Putin thinks that Western societies are made of weak people, and because we have now a higher inflation and because Putin has made our lives difficult, we will destroy our democracy, we will topple our government, and so on and so forth. Nothing of this will happen. So democracy will prevail once again, and freedom will be once again triumphant, and we will stand united more than ever before in Europe. And I'd like to tell our European friends and partners and colleagues, and I'd like to thank them for their presence here today, is that you should see Greece, as a good example. When we went bankrupt in 2010, there were a lot of voices who said that leave Greece out of the euro area. And we came very close to that in 2012 and 2015. We had twin elections in 2012 and we had the referendum in 2015, and we were very close to exiting the euro area. And we see that this didn't happen. Europeans trusted the Greeks, and now we see that Greece has proven them right. We have a very high growth rate. Our economy is going from strength to strength in the midst of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. The society has now realized that the European Union has always been our friend and ally and never our enemy or foe. And now we see that Greece is doing well thanks to the assistance provided by the European Union. So I think that we can be showcased by the European Union as a successful story, and also there was a lot of solidarity by the other Europeans. Now, the new ESPA, we negotiated hard. We were able to secure more funds than ever before in the history of Greece. I'd like to say that Greece, of Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis, managed to get from the RRF and from the new ESPA more money than any other EU member state. And not only that, thanks to an excellent collaboration with Commissioner Ferreira, and I'd like you to convey my greetings and my thanks to her and to her team in Brussels as well, and all the other European services. For the first time in history, we were able to be the first to get approval in the European Union. Greece had always been last in line, but we don't like Greece to be last. We want Greece to be first, and we were first when it came to the adoption of the PA. And when I say first, this is nothing theoretical. This is nothing we can be proud of, and nothing more than that. This actually means that we will be the first country that in 2022 will implement programs and will get money from the new programming period, which will actually be channeled into the Greek economy, into real enterprises, at this time when we have skyrocketing energy prices, very high rampant inflation due to the war. So thanks to being first, we will be able to remedy the situation. We will be able to deal with the gap, the financial gap that could have appeared had we not been amongst the first. So I'd also like to say something else now. So we will have the new EPANEC that will be launched. It's of a budget of 700 million. So it's in the competitiveness program. So talking about the new EPANEC, and I'm talking about energy saving and energy upgrading and digital upgrading of SMEs. So this is something that will be launched in a few days, and we know that all the information has been sent to the European Commission, and we're waiting for their approval in order to kick off. So we, and I say the Ministry, are working very hard, and we've been very successful so far, and I'm talking about the competitiveness program, but we also to thank Kostas Agorastos, who is on the national team, if you like. We have been MPs since 2007 with Mr. Agorastos. I was then member of a different party, but he was with New Democracy. But we saw eye to eye, and I remember that we went together to Jerusalem to bring the light for Easter, the holy light. And now we have different roles and we meet again. And again, we're both in positions of power and responsibility. And I'd like to thank you for the excellent collaboration, both you and all the other regional governors. The Prime Minister, before the elections, had said that we would place our trust in other regions and we will give them more funds. And this is exactly what we've done. In the new programming period, as was already mentioned, we have 8.2 billion euro that will be managed by the regions of Greece in order to change the lives of their citizens in the way that their governors know best, because they're closer to the people in their region, and it's difficult if you are at the center to see what people can see locally. We are together with the regional governors. They will have all this money available and they will be judged by their citizens, and I'm sure that they'll do a great job. Already some regions, I don't want to mention them by name because everybody's moving fast. A lot of them have already set up their committees in order to approve their first programs from the new programming period, and they might be able in 2022 to disperse money. And I hope they do, because this is something the Greek economy really needs. Our decision to offer this amount, 8.2 billion, and to increase by 3 billion the money that will be spent from the new NSRF by the regions compared to the previous NSRF. This is proof of the trust placed by the Prime Minister and the government in the regions. We're not worried and concerned when we transfer these funds. We believe in the regions, and with the help of Europe, that in its wisdom has helped reduce disparities, not only among EU member states. And I'm talking about cohesion, the cohesion that we want to have among member states, but also cohesion among regions, so that the funds will be spent in the best way possible, so that the less developed regions can converge to the most developed regions. And we also have DigiCom. We also have another tool in order for us to have the faster growth of the Greek regions and faster convergence of regions with Athens. This is the vision for Greece with sustainable growth and balanced growth. I was able to visit a big industry, Alpha Wood, here in Larissa, and I saw in practice circular economy. I saw how the proper use of resources leads to zero waste. So everything is put to use, either for the production of heating or raw materials for the factory. So we see that we have better energy efficiency, a reduction of cost, a higher competitiveness for the company. So the new NSRF is geared towards green and digital. Why? Because we want to give the opportunity to more enterprises, more households to go green and go digital. This is what we want. So Greece, in a couple of years' time, with the help of the new PA, will be a different country and will be extremely proud of what we will have achieved. So today we're here to say no to people complaining, being miserable. I know there are difficulties in life. I understand that, because that's what means that you are alive. When you're alive, you have to face adversities, but you have to overcome these adversities, and we will actually overcome them. I am certain of it, and we will do this with the help of the European Union. And I'd like to say before closing, whenever you are in discussions where people complain about the European Union, I'm not saying that we shouldn't criticize. Nothing is perfect. But let me say, remember, how many things, how many projects have taken place? I'm talking about the roads we use, the hospitals we go to, the schools we send our children to, and so many other projects. All these projects would not have been possible without the help of the European Union. And this is something we need to say loud and clear in order to deal with populism that nearly destroyed this country some years ago. Thank you very much.
Όπως ακούσατε από τις προσφωνήσεις.
So, as you have witnessed for yourselves from the previous speakers, we have the entire leadership of the Ministry of Development here with us attending the meeting. Therefore, I'm now giving the floor to the Deputy Minister, Mr. Giannis Tsakiris. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, κύριε Περιφερειάρχες, κύριοι βουλευτές.
Minister, regional governors, members of the Hellenic Parliament, I would like to thank you all for this kind invitation to attend this meeting. So I will take it and I will pick it up rather from where the minister left. So where we were and where we are, indeed, this is ESPA, and it was ESPA, that is from one programming period to the next. In other words, ESPA, the partnership agreement, is everywhere, across all activities and across our entire economy. So the new programming period 2021-2027 is actually ahead of us, and it has already started. And as the minister said, at least as regards the sectoral programs, right after the completion of the various monitoring committees, and the same goes for the regional committees as well, we will start with the calls for tender. Now, I would also like to thank from this position all the competent authorities, regional authorities, the authorities at the level of the ministry, the management organization unit, the staff of the ministries, the regions, everywhere, for their valuable contribution in the design of this new programming period and their valuable work throughout this period. As we have said, I also need to underline that the resources allocated to the new partnership agreement have been increased by 8% vis-à-vis the previous programming period. So from 21 billion, we have reached the 26 billion euros. So the new ESPA, as it is dubbed, is accompanied by few yet important changes as regards its design and its architecture. One of the major changes, and allow me to characterize it as one of the utmost importance, which has also been a political commitment by the Prime Minister himself, which is being implemented at the same time, is to increase the funds allocated to the regional programs. As the regional said and the minister said, 1/3 of the ESPA funds will be allocated to the regions. Therefore, in practice, this showcases the trust and the confidence on behalf of the government towards the region in their role towards this growth path for our country. Therefore, the regions, for the first time, are called upon to play a critical role at the level of the functioning and implementation of the partnership agreement projects and the high rates of absorption of these projects. And this is actually a guarantee for the successful implementation of the new ESPA, contributing in a critical manner in the timely implementation and rolling out of all the projects. So they implement projects and operations which will boost the growth of the country, but also improve the quality and the standards of living of the citizens. Our objective is the following: for the Greek regions to become the pillars of a new growth pattern for our country, as is actually the expectation and the demand of the regioners themselves, because they are actually speaking on behalf of the regional government. So it is not at all an accident, and that 90% of the actions as regards the partnership program and the 70% of the various environmental projects and a large number of the public investment programs are actually implemented via the regions and with the use of European funds. Europe has indeed proven its trust towards the regions and their local government, so it has come the time for us, for the Greek government, to prove it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is for the first time in its history that Greece has available so many funds in order to finance its economy. Just to give you an idea, the resources from the RRF, from the partnership agreement, alongside with other financing tools such as CEF2, the Common Agricultural Agreement, in an aggregated manner reach approximately 77 billion or 97 billion euros, and actually this has been the largest amount ever received by our country ever since the end of the Second World War and the Marshall Plan. In this frame, we have also a dedicated funds for the Just Transition Fund, with special focus on areas in the regions that have been mostly hit. However, at the level of our policies that will fund those projects are also operations at the level of the territorial and social cohesion via sustainable development, research and innovation, green and digital transition, as well as promotion of the European pillar for the social rights at the level of each region separately. Therefore, all of us in the country, political parties, local authorities, we ought to comprehend what is the utility and the necessity of those European funds, which is not only, let's say, a key policy, but a fundamental leverage of Europe in order for the implementation of all its projects. And currently, in the aftermath of the pandemic and amidst the energy crisis that has actually broken out due to the warfare in our neighborhood, the community funds constitute the only solution in order to have positive perspectives for our country, for our regions, by enhancing their role and guided by all horizontal European policies. So the creation of a new, let's say, role model at the level of the production and new economic prospects, such as the inclusion of innovation across all regions, the enhancement and consolidation of inter-regional collaboration, the enhancement of bonds and relations between urban and non-urban areas, as well as the renewal of the rural areas, the implementation of green and digital transition projects, and addressing demographic challenges, the implementation of policies for participation in the labor market without any distinctions are the key pillars on which we design our policies. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you that 13 regions of our country, Greece, are faced with major challenges. We will make sure that not only they actually meet the challenge, but they will also play a critical role in this economic growth model. Thank you.
So everything had to be said in one breath in order for us to save time. Mr. Skalkos, you are the ESPA person. It's your second name. Until the Secretary General comes to the floor, we also have representatives from the armed forces, from the Hellenic police, because they also have benefited. We have the energy upgrading of the buildings for the army. We also have cultural buildings. We have trainings in schools and so on and so forth. So the benefits are enjoyed by everybody. Mr. Skalkos will give you all the details. You have the floor, Secretary General. Minister, Deputy Minister, regional governors, dear Kostas, MPs, mayors, colleagues from MAs, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for your presence today. It's always nice to be amongst friends. Today is a joyful day because we will be presenting the new regional programs for the period 2021-2027. And we stand before you with a satisfaction and certainty that we've done a good job. The road was not easy. It was a long road to come here, and it was a demanding road. It was not a bed of roses. We started a negotiation right after we took office in 2019, and I'd like to say that I never remember another programming period where we exhausted the negotiation tool, almost 10 months until the approval of the new PA. And then we had the design of the various OPs, the sectoral OPs and the regional OPs. So all the social partners, all the local government, all sectors of society were able to have their say. And I think you are more competent than me to confirm that most of what was proposed was integrated into the new sectoral and regional regional programs. This planning took place in a difficult period of time in an ever-changing environment. We had a multiple set of crises. We had multiple crises, as was mentioned by Costa. So we had a quickly changing environment. New priorities were being set, and Greece had to express what it wanted, and every reform has a cost attached to it. So Greece had to support the new priorities. So the 10-year multiple crisis left a wound that hasn't yet healed. Regarding the convergence index, we went back 50 years. There were many disparities between the regions. They became worse, and the pandemic made things even worse. The energy crisis has its own footprint. So we were called upon under difficult situations to design new programs. These new programs have included the National Program for Reform, the orientation provided by the EU. We also have the OECD study for regions. We've taken that on board, but also other studies as well. And they all converge on various priorities, i.e. reducing disparities among regions, bridging the digital gap, creating social services of high quality with an emphasis on social integration, the need to create a new generation of modern and environment-friendly public works, the need to promote circular economy. I think we've done all that. So, first of all, we know that the programs were swiftly adopted, and I think we are rightfully proud, and I think we can hear this from our EU colleagues, that we have good quality programs that have been approved. There are 5 priorities for our regions. One is to enhance innovation in the regions, which according to the indicators, Greece is below the community average. We also have social development and cohesion with an emphasis on social inclusion, which will be promoted via mainly the regional programs with an amount close to 1.8 billion euro. Now, protecting the regions against climate change and flood protection projects. We know that the region of Thessaly was struck by Giannis and other natural disasters. And here we have the regional governor who can confirm it, that the government and the Ministry of Development and Investments has helped them in this regard. 4th priority is to develop ITIs in order to improve the quality of lives in the people in the regions and their everyday lives. And we also have waste treatment and also water management. We will then have discussions and we will listen to them with great attention. Of course, this would not have been possible without the financing that was provided. We have an increase of funds by 7% for the new NSRF. I would also like to insist on the fact, and this was mentioned quite rightly by the Minister, that there was the Prime Minister who actually made an appeal to give more money to the regions. And this is what we did. It wasn't an easy decision, but it wasn't a decision that received heavy criticism from many sides. And I'm not going to discuss this right now, but mainly based on the performance of various regional programs in the past years. We can say that this is not completely true because the past does not decide and determine the future. We know that a lot of regions have done very well. Their performance is very good. In some cases, some regional programs are doing even better than the sectoral programs. So we know that we used a specific way to allocate these funds. Of course, more funds means bigger responsibility on the shoulders of the regions, but also on the government and the central services because they have to provide support. We also want to help in relation to the management capacity for the regions. The initial budget is 100 million euro in order to help in the maturation of projects, and we know that if they have a problem, they can solve this problem with our help. But it's not only the programming period 21-27 that we hear today. we also have to take stock of what we did in the past and what the regions have done in the past. As was quite rightly mentioned by the Minister, we received an NSRF which needed further improvement. So we had around 20-25 community contribution back then, and now it's much higher. So we're talking about the regions. These numbers are even better. So we had absorption rate 20.5% for the regions, and now as we speak it's 83%. So this is quite an achievement and it needs to be mentioned. So why did this happen? Why? Because we had excellent coordination, excellent collaboration, as was quite rightly mentioned by Mr. Agorastos. As a country, we have made excellent use of the flexibility that was provided to us by the European Commission in order for us to provide more support to employment and enterprises. I'm sure that we will discuss this later, but let me say that it would be useful when the time is right to see this tool being used once again because of the energy crisis that we're going through. So this support to enterprises and to employment through the activation of the Greek Development Bank and the leverage of private equity means that we have an amount of 14 billion euros. So the 3% that was mentioned by the Minister as a support to the GDP was very correct. Of course, when this financial instrument that we're using in ΕΣΠΑ, when we finish using this, maybe the percentage will be even higher. So in Greece, in the last 2.5 years, we in the top 3 when it comes to absorption by EU member states, absorption of funds. I'm not going to give you any more figures. I don't want to tire you. Of course, this would not have been possible without the help of all of you, particularly those working in the MAs. I would also like to say that the colleagues in the MAs are very qualified. They are amongst the best executives in the Greek public sector, and I'm sure that the Minister and the Deputy Minister knows this full well. We're very lucky that we have the opportunity to work with these people, with these executives. So I'd like to stop here, and I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to discuss this at length later. My congratulations again to all the regions. I wish you the very best of results in the new NSRF, the new PA. Thank you very much.
Στο πρόγραμμα που έχετε βρει στα καθίσματά σας φαίνεται να τελειώνει αυτή.
Well, actually, according to the agenda that you have seen, this actually originally would include the brief address introductory session. However, this is not the case because we will give the floor to Madam Giorgopoulos, who is the head of staff at the level of the Management Organization Unit, for a brief address. You have the floor, Mr. Giorgopoulos. Thank you very much. We would also like to welcome this event to present the regional programs. All those years as members of the human resources of the Management Organization Unit, it's very important for us to be congratulated, if you like, on our work. However, I would like to say a couple of words having the opportunity to have among us the Minister as well as the Deputy Minister and the Secretary General about a couple of issues that have been actually posing difficulties for us. Dear Minister, dear Deputy Ministers, members of the European Commission DGs, we have actually time and again addressed those issues before all of you. And on this occasion, we would like to share with you the following thoughts. The members of staff of the Management Organization Unit, which account approximately to the number of 1,000, we are amongst the most experienced and competent ones as regards the implementation and the review of the various ΕΣΠΑ projects and programs. So the special experience and know-how of all those people should be part of the human capital to to be tapped on. And at the level of the government, this contributes to the added value of the overall human resources. So the high levels of absorptions and the total number of all the projects for the new program period that you have actually referred to, and all the successes and everything that has been delivered at the level of our country and for which our country is very proud of, is actually a proof of our hard work, and I would also say the impact and the outcome of the hard work of all those members of staff who for their vast majority are a management organization unit members of staff. However, in the previous years, in the years of the crisis, we have experienced the shrinkage of our revenues, despite the fact that our salaries are co-funded and they do not constitute a burden to the state budget, especially after the adoption of a specific arrangements following the adoption of the law 4205 of 2013. The salaries and the wages of our staff have been actually reduced, and this has actually aggravated the condition of the members of staff, and we have indeed noted on the occasion of two meetings with distinguished guests from the European Commission. One of those meetings actually have been supported by community funds, and indeed all of them, Mr. De Michelis, Mr. Paquet, Mr. Rasmussen, have indeed expressed their solidarity as regards our concerns, and they have also praised our work at the level of the various ΕΣΠΑ projects and the way they have been implemented. And they have also expressed their confirmation about and the trust about the successful implementation of the next programming period. So the Greek state needs to support this objective. And from a responsible point of view, during the consultation for the new ΕΣΠΑ legislation, we put forward and we submitted a series of proposals in order to address various issues, such as, for example, imbalances at the level of various units and imbalance at the level of cohesion, and also problems as regards the handling of the wages of some of our colleagues, which has not been done on an equitable manner. Unfortunately, our requests have not been taken into account. So during various meetings, the just cause of our request has been proven in order to have a decent and equitable manner of remuneration of all our members of staff. So far, there has been no result. This is a timeless program. This is not a problem, excuse me. This is not just about the current government. This is also a problem that we faced during the previous government. So we have always been referred from one authority to another. However, now, Minister, we would like to have a commitment from you, because being also the Vice President of the government, we would like to know when is it this problem going to be resolved, which is such a burden for us, and when are you going to put an end to this imbalance at the level of wages of the members of staff of MOD? This is a long-standing problem. We have suffered a lot by it, and I am sure that you know that during those times of high inflation rate that hits both the workers and the households amidst this energy crisis, it is high time that we find a solution to this problem. As the regional of Thessaly said earlier on in a most eloquent manner, this is the richness, this is the human resources that constitute the richness of this successful recipe of ΕΣΠΑ. So the managers, the echelons, the staff. Therefore, there is an imperative need to find a solution. Unfortunately, so far, no solution has been found, and it seems that there is no political will to come up with a solution. So from this event, we would like to have a personal commitment from you, Minister. When is it going that there will be a solution? It is not possible. Time continuously to be referred from one, let's say, responsible, competent manager to the other, from one political leadership to the other. So we need to have an end to this problem. Therefore, we are asking from you today, from this podium, because indeed we have reached a point where there can be no more tolerance, because it is in your hands, it is in the hands of the government, it is a matter of political, let's say, objective, a political rather decision to actually implement what they have already adopted. Thank you.
So we see that the minister has come to answer. Those who know me know very well that it's impossible for me not to answer because I have incontinence, speech incontinence, so to speak. I really like the presentation you made. We like democracy and freedom of speech. And of course, quite rightly, we have this action by the employees to present the problem. No problem. We are in favor of what you did. You're right as to the first thing that you said. It is not the competence of the Ministry for Development. I've already signed for it to happen, but this is to be signed by the General Accounting Office of the state, and I hope that this problem will have been solved by the time for the next elections. We know that there's the energy crisis. A lot has been recalculated, and this means that the purse strings of the General Accounting Office of the state are tighter than usual. But I'd also like to say that we also have constitutional matters as well that do not allow us to make this change easily, because according to the constitution, in order for somebody to become a permanent staff, you have to go through ASEP. Whatever is done outside the ASEP procedure, and we then have this change from a contract of specific duration to that of indefinite duration, which means that you become a permanent employee. Well, that can't happen. But now we will try to see what we can do. And in the next programming period, they will be given another 7-year contract. So I wouldn't feel that I would be uncertain about my future in these services if I were working there, because their contracts will be extended, hopefully. Somebody's shouting, we can't hear what is being said. I'm very sorry.
Σπεύστε συνάδελφοι να αποτυπώσετε.
So please take a picture. Thank you. With a smile. So you have realized that we're running very late, and let me say that at the entrance you will find the special glasses which you can wear in order to dive into the underwater museums of Thessaly, in Alonissos, and inside the Pagasetic Gulf. And during the day, there is this beautiful room next door where you can admire all the artifacts. I hope that you will stay till the end, because we know that we have the regional governor of Attica who is not here, and I think that we should start with the first panel. So Mr. Patoulis should get ready. He will actually join us with Zoom. So I'd like to say that he should also be patient for a couple of minutes. Mrs. Rodikratsa will also not be here, and Mr. Farmakis will not be here either. Why? Because they're sick with COVID, and this is why they couldn't come. Physically, at least, they can't be present. And Mr. Farmakis, we will have him on Zoom, but not Mrs. Kratza, if I'm not mistaken. So, get ready, please. Policy objective 1. We're talking about Mrs. Lila Oreopoulou, who is head of Central Macedonia Managing Authority. As I mentioned, we have with us Mr. Patoulis. You can see this, but this will be via Zoom. We also have Mr. Panagiotis Nikas, Regional Governor for the Peloponnese, Mrs. Kouskouni, Natassa. You can see this change. We have Mr. Nyafas from DG Regio, Regional Policy and Urban Development. After the first session, we will have the break and the lunch. So this is Policy 1, Policy Objective 1. So in this session, we will try to provide some answers in relation to regional entrepreneurship, as this is reflected in the programs of the new programming period. We will try, in other words, to see through the approved regional programs how the regions can provide an answer to the challenges, the existing challenges, and I'm talking about European strategies, about the content as it was described both by the Secretary General and the Deputy Minister. So the regions actually answer the issues of regional entrepreneurship mainly through policy objective 1, but not only through that. So we have a series of actions in various sectors, which they have analyzed and where they have seen that these are in line with the development and regional characteristics and specificities of the region, which means that they will try to use this in a complementary fashion to the sectoral programs. So we need this impetus, this boost, particularly in this moment, in this juncture. So let's talk about policy objective 1. It answers innovation and entrepreneurship issues. It provides an answer by means of actions, empowerment actions, meaning empowering the regional innovation system. It also responds by having the cooperation between the enterprises, academia, and research institutes. It also tries to promote extroversion and competitiveness of enterprises. It also tries to support startups and also enhances the regional system. And I'm talking about innovation, but also entrepreneurship. It also provides answers to the dire need to change the digital status of the regions and to make them more digital than before. So we have smart specialization. This strategy has been approved. The regional strategies for smart specialization have also been approved. So we have a new framework in place. And this is where regional entrepreneurship will thrive. So we're talking about approved programs and also at the level of specialization. So we'll be able to have this discussion in this session, the session that's dedicated to policy objective 1. And we will speak to Mr. Patoulis, the regional governor of Attica, that we'd like to welcome, Mr. Nikas, the regional governor from the Peloponnese, whom we also welcome, and our dear colleague from the European Commission, DG Regional and Urban Policy, Mr. Konstantinos. So we will have questions. We will address questions, and then the speakers will be able to present their views and the content of their regional programs. Regional Governor, Mr. Patoulis, we would like you to tell us the following. What were the lessons from implementing entrepreneurship in the period 2014-2020? Because I'm sure you took account of these lessons in order to design or plan the new programming period. Thank you very much, Mrs. Oreopoulou. I'd like to also thank all the other participants. It is true, based on the question that you posed, that we took office in September of 2019. We did not participate in the initial planning of the actions for the period 2014-2020. What we did in collaboration with the executives was to speed up the absorption rate of the funds, but we also tried to find ways to use better the financing instruments. We have new actions on board based on the needs that arose due to the pandemic and other unexpected events. We also increased the implementation rate of the program, and I'd like to say that this is the main development tool of our region, the regional program. As you know, ROP of Attica in the middle of 2019 had a medium or low absorption, whereas in the area of entrepreneurship, the only assessment of the action was the participation of the Entrepreneurship 2 fund. So we tried to reinvigorate entrepreneurs. We wanted to provide a boost to small and micro enterprises in order for them to deal with the effect of extreme weather conditions and the pandemic. More specifically, through thematic objective 3 of ROP Attica, we supported 400 enterprises, giving them 6 million for loss of income, and this was due to the result of natural disasters in the past. 10,000 very small and micro enterprises, 250 million in order for them to deal with the pandemic, and we gave them working capital. As a result of these support measures for entrepreneurship that we carried out, but also because we had to deal with other situations in the future, I'd like to say that the NSRF or PA ROPs must be more flexible, more timely, and more innovative. The past has shown us that the regions have the possibility to be closer to the citizen. They can hear their needs, the needs of very small enterprises in particular, and they can also create favorable conditions that will allow for the local economy to grow. This possibility must be translated into practice, into actions, which require more flexible processes without, of course, taking away the need to have sound management of funds. Thank you very much, Regional Governor. I thank you for identifying the problems, and thank you for telling us how you made use of the lessons you drew from the previous programming period, meaning 2014-2020. Now, Regional Governor, following the lessons from the past and based on your design and plan for the current period, what are the actions that you have created in order to boost entrepreneurship in Attica?
So good afternoon. We would like to thank you for having invited the region of the Peloponnese. So it is an honor for me to have actually been appointed to this role, meaning the regional governor of the Peloponnese for the last 3 years in this historic region of Greece. Of course, you know that we do have comparative advantages. We have at least 10 globally well-known, renowned points of interest and places. We are a region which, although is abundant, let's say, with resources, is, however, a poor region because we have a continuously aging population that does not exceed actually 550,000 inhabitants, and we have members of our population that are actually leaving the Peloponnese. So we do need actions to be implemented, and we need to have steps made at all levels in order for our region to become robust, and because we do have actually all the potential to grow. Our region actually is mostly, let's say, present with micro businesses, mostly in the tourism sector. Some of them are very successful because even without any banking loans, they managed to succeed. And we also have some large businesses such as Moderator or Karelias, and also we have some larger scale hotels such as the Konstantinos chain in Argolis prefecture, as well as with a presence in Corinth. I would like to share with you the problems that we have been faced with in the recent years, so where we were and where we have, and the point that where we have reached. Now, I would disagree with actually what we heard before, because as regards the operational programs and the partnership agreement is not only delivered at the level of the management organization unit staff, because nothing can take place unless the advisors, the region and the local governments do not collaborate, not only with the management organization in the ministry, but also with the beneficiaries of the various programs and projects. Therefore, there can be no success. So the first issue that I would raise has to do with the government administration. This is, I would say, a national question. So without having a full restructuring of the government administration, there can be no progress. So not only do we need staff, but we need very specialized staff, especially in critical sectors and areas such as the division for development, such as the division when it comes to the strategic management of various resources. So you need to have a national planning for that. The second issue of concern for us has to do the lack of specialized human resources coming from the private sector. So we have in place technical education that actually is in absence of collaboration with the private sector. So we do have, let's say, the businesses in place, but do we have the adequate human resources? So you have the gathering of a number of SMEs, of enterprises sitting together, discussing, and we see that there is a problem at the level of identifying the appropriate staff. Another issue for us has been the one relating to the evaluators. There are delays there, and there is also major deficiencies at the level of the consulting firms. There are mistakes, there are problems there as well. And then, due to the fact that there are insufficiencies and lack of know-how at the level of those firms, then the blame is put to the regionals. Now, another issue with the banking sector. The banks sometimes do not respond to their obligations in order to support the businesses. And also, there are advantages as well. And of course, we do have businesses and the business parks, although very few in number. However, we do have an advantage with the new programming period because there have been changes. Now, what we also need to address has to do with the profile overall of the trade union officials. This is not what we need. That is something that is entrenched in this role with somebody with people who get wages, but we do need to have an update of this profile. Now, having said this, we have also adopted various projects, and there is a collaboration, of course, which is a sine qua non at the level of the chambers, the business community, the universities, and a number of projects have been adopted at the level of the smart specialization. And of course, the University of the Peloponnese is critical when it comes to innovation. So the regions that have strong universities are ahead in this area than in other areas, in other sectors. Also, we will intensify our effort at the level of promotion. Important steps have been made. Of course, tourism, as you all know, can be the key, let's say, driver of growth, as you all know. This year, for example, we have had more than 30 million visitors in our country. Another, of course, important chapter has to do with the environment. I'm very proud because in the region of Peloponnese,
των απορριμμάτων στην Πελοπόννησο.
We are very proud because the issue of waste management has been addressed in the Peloponnese. So imagine it is not possible to have visitors in our region be faced with stock of garbage. For example, we have experienced indeed awful situations where you have, for example, foreign guests, foreign visitors who have planned their wedding ceremony in our region and been faced with this situation with as regards waste management. Now we have also adopted a set of rules, if you like, which is like a Bible for us when it comes to waste management. I would also like to refer to a different issue, and this relates to our technical directors as well. And allow me to refer to our development organization. We have 3 under our region, and those development organizations, agencies, or companies are responsible for the management of substantial funds and European funds, and apparently with the ministry as well. Now, I have another matter of concern, in my view, dear guests, dear minister, deputy minister. What is the priority, the competitiveness of the companies, or create jobs and be able to actually make a living and have good wages? As George said earlier on, yes, indeed, resources and funds were allocated based on your guidance and overall programming. Allow me to say a couple of things before closing. Infrastructure. Now, after 2 programming periods, the major infrastructure works have not been completed after more than 2 programming periods. And of course, the business community needs the appropriate infrastructure in order to be able to engage in its activity. So I have experienced the major concern of a large winery unit that wanted to proceed to exports, and the infrastructure was not in place. So the region, whether it is the competent authority or not, needs to mend the gaps of the central government administration. Please come to a conclusion. Yes.
της Δυτικής Μακεδονίας, ένα τεράστιο ζήτημα.
In close and harmonious collaboration with Originator Kasapidis from Central Macedonia, we indeed collaborate in order to have this just transition in our region as well, namely in the area of Megalopolis with the lignite plant, and we have not stopped this effort. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have listened to you very carefully. And now coming to Mr. Giorgos about just entrepreneurship. In your view and from your experience, Mr. Niafas Konstantinos, Program Manager at Unit Greece and Cyprus. In your view, to what extent the new programs are different vis-à-vis the previous one? And from the European Commission point of view, how would you see their best implementation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting us. I represent DG Regio, the Director General for Regional and Urban Policy. Regional programs serve Policy Objective 1. There we have funds which are over 900 million in total from the ERDF, and compared to the previous period, we have a grouping of objectives under Policy Objective 1, which concern better use of research and development for the achievement of a smart specialization objectives by the entrepreneurs in the regions. We have the objective which deals with digitization and closing the digital gap that exists in our regions in relation to other EU regions. We have the general objective of enhancing or strengthening competitiveness and entrepreneurship. And we also have another objective, the objective of digital interconnectivity and broadband networks. So the difference in relation to the previous programming period is that the new programs serve the national strategy for smart specialization, which is a single, uniform, if you like, national strategy, but it has different strands for the regions. This means that there must be a feedback, and there must also be an organization of the work done at a national and regional level, and what happens in relation to entrepreneurial discovery. So there must be this constant feedback. And the results at a national and regional level must be assessed, constantly assessed, and then we will have a redetermination of the objectives of the program at regular intervals. Another matter that is also important is the calls that are made at a national and regional level. So for these calls, there must be coordination because we have calls on similar subjects. And there, as was mentioned by the political leadership of the ministry and Mr. Tsakiris in particular, there must be timing and synchronization in order for us not to have a conflict of calls. We don't want to have this overlap. So every region has an objective, i.e. to reduce disparities, and I'm not only talking about the digital gap, but also investments in green growth, which will be necessary for the coming period. So the National Smart Specialization Strategy and generally all the funding under PO1 aim at preparing the enterprises so that they can act as effectively as possible in this new environment that unfolds before us and which is constantly changing. Thank you very much for the content and for the brevity. Now let us hear from Mr. Patoulis, the Regional Governor for Attica, once again.
Δεν πειράζει.
If he's not ready, we will continue. No, I see him. He's here. Regional governor. Everything is happening very fast. Yes, I listened very carefully to Mr. Nikas, the regional governor for the Peloponnese, and I can hear you all very clearly. Very nice. The region of Attica is the center of research bodies, of universities, and so on and so forth. So I'd like you to tell us, how do you plan the strengthening of the innovation and research ecosystem and the triple helix with the collaboration, meaning with enterprises? So first of all, Attica with the ΕΣΠΑ, the NSRF, and this is something I've mentioned before. Dear ministers and dear colleagues from the regions. So we have turned a new page and we are focusing on actions that are very different from what we had in the past. And this is reflected in our program. Our main, if you like, priority in strengthening this ecosystem is to actually strengthen the operation, but also the role of the Regional Council of Research and Innovation, but also to make use of the Lysiatrio, which is a building right smack in the center of Athens, and converting it into a center which will support innovation. More specifically, from the very first day that I became governor of Attica, we tried to activate the potential that exists. I'm talking about the research potential and the academic potential. So we have PSEC, and this is the Council of Innovation and Research, and we will have the President, Mr. Korkidis, from the Chamber of Industries of Piraeus, and also the head, Mr. Thomaidis, from the University of Athens. So PSEC, this council, will assist the region in determining the main pillars for smart specialization, but will also help activate the academic community and research community, so that the investments of the new operational program will be sustainable, smart, and sustainable. We also want to turn this building, the Lysiatrio, which is a historic building, an iconic building. We wanted to become an innovation center, a center for innovation and collaboration. And the main, if you like, aims of this center will be to record and document the research results at the level of smart specialization in the region, the enhancement of mechanisms that will provide support but also promote various outcomes, innovation outcomes. We will also try to support existing initiatives, and we'll also try to highlight the comparative advantages in order to be able to find new opportunities, but also promote further actions in the innovative ecosystem of Attica. Given the fact that there is no similar body to support these actions in Attica, this center will become the regional support mechanism, but will also provide support to these actions. Furthermore, this Lysiatrio, this building, is in one of the central areas of Athens. It's very close to urban areas, urban zones, which are already known for various activities having to do with circular economy. Apart from everything that I described above, the services of the region are constantly monitoring developments which are taking place in the market at a time where there is great upheaval, where there are many changes, where there's great turbulence, and we're ready to change and adjust in order to cover needs that will arise possibly in the future. Thank you very much. So we've heard about a range of actions, in providing support to research and innovation actions. Mr. Nikas now from the Peloponnese. Could you describe the actions that you've included in your program? Because I know you have such actions, and I'm talking about digital convergence. So what do you plan in your program? Can't I say anything about innovation? No, you can, of course. Please go ahead. So one of the greatest phrases I heard today, and I think the minister said it, or Mr. Tsakiris said it. So he said that all regions are below EU average when it comes to innovation. So this is something which must give us food for thought. We need to start moving ahead at full speed because we have set up teams. And I think that sometimes we make grand plans, but most of what we plan remains on paper. So I just wanted to say this. Now, let me talk about digital transformation and its importance. I'm not going to say anything about that because everybody knows the importance of digital transformation and how it influences competitiveness, growth, the generation of wealth, social cohesion, and so on and so forth. So, the pandemic has given us a lot of bad things, but it also has revealed good things. And I'm talking about digital modernization of public services and of enterprises as well. So I will say what we can do, not what the state does, because we depend on the state directly, but we as regional governors, as regions, as mechanisms for the regions, given our possibilities, what can we do? And let's not generalize. So I think, first of all, that we have to spend as much money as is required from ESPA and from other resources. I believe that the money for the ROP must be linked to the other resources we have as regions. For example, the public investment program or own resources. So that our top priority must be to modernize our services. So whatever they need by way of computers, machinery, software, planning, all this must be acquired. And because this is a dynamic process, we constantly have to update the machinery we have in our regional services. The second thing we can do is to have training of our staff, refresher courses. We have to provide training again and again. And I wonder how this is possible. I actually concluded with my colleagues that we must make use of various mechanisms. I'm talking about the developmental companies that we have as regions, so we can use that, and we can use lifelong training programs, and we can include in these lifelong training programs our own staff. And we also have the relevant national legislation. So I'm talking about further training of our staff, particularly in relation to this matter. So lifelong learning centers will not only be for the training of our staff, it will be for other matters as well, the other things that we need direly. So we know that that we need to train our staff on digital tools. This is very important. And obviously, and I'm saying this a second time, we need specialized staff, specialized employees. We can't have the same salary for everybody. I think this was very bad for public administration, and we need to work closely and also to provide financial support to the beneficiaries of our programs, the chambers of commerce, for example. This is very important. We have given a lot of money for the digital modernization of chambers of commerce. So I know that chambers of commerce must be the main form of cooperation. And we also we collaborate with municipalities, so we must try to provide a lot of help to small municipalities as well in this matter. This is all very important because we want the systems to work well together, the employees to work harmoniously together. and so on and so forth. Now we have 20 million euro for digital modernization under the new program. And let me also say that collaboration with cooperatives is also very important. We have excellent collaboration with Nemea Cooperative. So wines in the Peloponnese, they seem to be doing very well. Sometimes they are better than in the case of olive oil. This is a good year for olive oil in the Peloponnese. The prices are good, exports are booming, but cooperatives need help, and we will provide them this help in matters related to innovation, digital modernization, and so on and so forth. Of course, what was mentioned by the minister previously, and this is mind-shattering, mind-boggling, and I'm talking about innovation, which is connected to digital. These things are linked, they are joined, if you like, so this must be a priority for all of us, so that we can make the next step forward. And thank you, and I didn't overstep my time this time. I checked, I was very careful with my time. Thank you very much, Mr. Nyafa. So I'd like to ask you a question now. Could you please describe to us how you see the entrepreneurial discovery, and I'm talking about the context of smart specialization, and how this can be connected to the governance system?
Η διαδικασία επιχειρηματικής ανακάλυψης.
So this is actually a critical component as regards the smart specialization procedure. So this entrepreneurial discovery is indeed about a number of things. So you need to have a collaboration and a synergy, if you like, at the level of the region and to the country, the European Union, in order for a successful implementation of this smart specialization. So it is about the transformation, if I may put it this way, of this local community, this reshuffling of the current, let's say, state of play, and identify those sectors with the potential of growth in the future years. So you need to see what is the comparative advantage of the region currently, but also take into account, despite the weaknesses, and taking into account the potential, the research potential of the region, thanks to its universities, where can it reach at the level of full potential in the imminent years. This is why you need to have tangible results via supporting the smart specialization centers, as the regional said, and all that put it under the umbrella of a system of monitoring and assessment and evaluation that will act, let's say, as a system of feedback at this level. We have solid universities, solid researchers in our country. Unfortunately, quite often, this actually stays at the level of this primary, so to speak, research, and is not conveyed to the next level, to the next scale, to boost health entrepreneurship. And some regions have made more progress, so we need to see in which manner those entrepreneurial and discovery agencies will be able to reach out to the business community, identify those, let's say, innovative levers, and this cannot be done without the appropriate incentives, without the appropriate human resources, and with close collaboration. A last item that I would like to refer to has to do with this combined financing. So the new programming period provides us with the opportunity to combine in the best possible manner ΕΣΠΑ funds with Horizon funds and so on and so forth via these co-funded schemes and by the use of other financing facilities.
Τις σφραγίδες ποιότητας συγκεκριμένων.
And using the seals of excellence, the seals of quality, supporting specific projects and operation in order to tap to our research human resources already present in our country via the Horizon projects and the Network Europe facility. and the CSF in order to have better absorption rates in our country. Thank you very much. In conclusion, I can say that the representatives and the regional governors have shared with us the lessons learned, the concerns, the problems. There are specific commitments at the level of operations. From the side of the European Commission, we feel safe that we can move on and succeed. Thank you.
Συνεχίζουμε, δεν διακόπτουμε. Πάμε στο στόχο.
Now, we will move on with the second objective. So policy objective number 2, green investments for regional growth. Our moderator will be Mr. Giorgos Plakotaris, head of the Special Service Division for the Northern Aegean region, Mr. Giorgos Hatzimarkos, regional for Northern Aegean, Mr. Karsten Rasmussen, head of Unit Greece and Cyprus, DG Regio, so regional policy and urban development from the European Commission. Madame Kratsa-Rodi, since she is sick with COVID, she will not be able, of course, to physically attend. However, we will have a representative from her region, that is the region of the Ionian Islands. Please take your seats.
Και τον κύριο Χατζημάρκο τον συνδέσατε. Ωραία. Πολύ ωραία.
So waiting for the final technical arrangements and for everybody to be connected.
Ορισταμένος και στο Υπουργείο και τον κύριο Φίρμπα.
Of course, I'm taking this opportunity to thank all the colleagues from the Ministry of Development, from the National Coordinating Authority, namely its director, Mr. Fibers, for being here. So we're ready to start, I believe. Thank you. Thank you. So we are entering this second session of this part of the event, so namely policy objective number 2 on the green investments for regional development.
Όπως και η κυρία Κράτσα, η οποία δυστυχώς λόγω...
So we have guest speakers, namely Mr. Hatzimarkos. Unfortunately, Madam Kratsa-Rodi, as we said, is not able to attend. Mr. Rasmussen. So without any further ado, I will give the floor to Mr. Hatzimarkos by raising this question. Mr. Hatzimarkos, what are your views and what are your thoughts as regards Southern Aegean and the further development of infrastructure? And we know that you have indeed made excellent efforts at the level of FOSDA, the entity dubbed FOSDA, that in Northern Aegean organizational unit or body for the organization of projects. Indeed.
Και είναι και ένα ζήτημα το οποίο δείχνει ότι...
So this entity for the waste management has found itself at the epicenter of strong criticism, and it showcases and highlights what are the concerns at the level of mindsets, and at the basis of everything one can identify political, let's say, concerns or problems. So the Northern Aegean FOSTA entity is unique in terms of its organization. It is an SA with the participation of local authorities chaired by the governor of the region. So Northern Aegean has 14 different or 34 different entities and municipalities. In the past, we used to be record high at the level of penalties. However, currently, the Northern Aegean, after the operation of this entity, FOSDA, the Solid Waste Management Agency, has implemented the 3 PPPs projects, and now 7 other projects except for those PPP projects. And this SA entity has completed the review of the regional programming, has completed the project of recycling at the level of 30 municipalities in more than 30 islands, inhabited islands, and also another major action that has to do with waste. So 34 municipalities, 44 islands, 48 islands, and this FOSTA entity of the Aegean has been, to our knowledge, one of the strong negotiating advantages of our country when it comes to presenting to the European Commission the progress that Greece has achieved in the change of mindset at the level of environmental issues. Now, the Southern Aegean regional program funds do not suffice in order to cover for the needs of all those environmental projects for a reason that I cannot really comprehend. It is the Southern Aegean region for decades has been ranking last at the level of the funds allocated to it. So infrastructure at the level of 48 inhabited islands naturally require much more funds instead of having, let's say, one bulk amount of resources to fund one specific project. I believe that it goes without saying that it is self-evident that you cannot have the same amount of resources because we have a totally different geography, and we have been tired time and again to reiterate the same arguments. So we do need those resources. Unless you have money for the islands from those sectoral programs, there is no hope whatsoever to cater for their needs. So this is a constant battle that we are waging, if you like. So we have waste management, we have water supply issues, major issues, and I will reiterate again that when it comes to the waste management thematic, as we speak in the Southern Aegean, during the last 2 years, the work that has been delivered has actually covered and mended a gap of an entire decade. So nobody can argue today that this region, from an environmental point of view, has not made progress, and it's not a region for which our country can be proud of. And at the level of all islands, solutions and policies have been designed. And I would like to conclude this question, if you like, because it is wrong to promote the impression that the problem is always about money, the problem is always about mindset, the problem is always about unstaffed bodies and authorities. All that, of course, are facets and drivers of the same equation. However, the key component, the key driver has to do with the political mindset. And I'm saying this because all this situation and all this debate that preceded the establishment of those entities for the solid management waste and afterwards has proven that everything has to do with the way that we think, the way that our mind operates. Both the problems and the solutions can be found if we tap into our brains. So provided that we overcome the practices of the past, the distortions of the past, the mindset of the past. And this is what actually brought us where we used to be as a country and as a population. What it needs is for us to adopt a responsible stance, a creative stance, each one by adopting its part of responsibility and in collaboration, of course, with the other stakeholders, because the solutions make proud not only the islands, but the entire country. Thank you very much, Mr. Hadjimarkos.
So, what you said is quite right. I work in a region which doesn't have as many islands as you do, and I see how difficult it is. So you have tried very hard, and I'm talking about your FOSDA. Well, what you've done is admirable, it's praiseworthy, and I hope that with the funding from the sectoral programs and any other money that you can get, I hope that you will be able to achieve your personal wager because you have made a bet. Mr. Rasmussen, the Greco Island Initiative. This is an initiative which the Commission showed great interest to in this programming period. So how can you comment on the steps that have been made so far by Greece? And what would you recommend from now on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In each funding period, we have a little bit special actions. There's always a couple of things that stand out where you feel that this is something we want to pay special attention to and take care of. And the proposal by Greece to launch a program that focuses on small-scale islands, trying to convert very radically, very decisively the economy there in order to be green, and in order to show to everybody that it is green, is innovative. There has been predecessors. We have the Clean Energy Initiative. We have had some sporadic actions also here and there. But this is the first time that a country says we want now to use certain territories with a sufficient amount of funding in order to play out investments in a living laboratory. The Greek islands exercise an awful lot of, they're spellbinding people. We have seen how Volkswagen turns up in Astypalia, Citroën turns up in Halki. Everybody wants to be part of that dream and to show that their products, their processes can be used in real life, and the very size of the islands is what attracts people, beyond the beauty and beyond the nice weather and the good food and all the rest. We're talking about territories that, to a large extent, live out of tourism. So it is the first time that we see a combination of going green, everybody wants to go green, but also going green in a way where we see this as a business opportunity. Now, that calls, of course, for organization, it calls for funding. We have funding, so the ESPA has at least 150 million, and we congratulate the government to finding this funding. It has been a very unproblematic negotiation in this respect. Now is the next step, and I will try to answer your question. What happens next? Well, first of all, it is for the Ministry of Regional Development to tell us, and they will tell us. They have launched a study that is currently ongoing, looking into all aspects of what the intervention can be, what islands, what kind of investments, what energy investments, what waste investments, water, taking stock of the needs, right and left, and what actors, who will implement this, who can help the islands and the population there to technically organize these investments, and how can we engage also with the population and be sure that nobody comes from the outside and is trying to impose something on people that are then ending up as figurants, as not principal actors in the story. Of course, we need to ensure at all times that we are providing solutions that match people's wishes, not only their needs, but also their wishes. They need to be the main decision makers. On the European Commission side, we have also launched a study a little bit earlier. We asked a Greek expert from the Western Attica University, Professor Kalderis, to look into part of the same issues, but first of all from the angle of energy. And the picture that comes out from his interim report that was shared with a number of you last week, digitally and physically in Athens, shows a very promising picture. It is possible to make a decisive energy conversion in islands with a reasonable budget. There is a multitude of technologies available. There's wind, there's solar, there's geothermal, depending on where you are. And it is obviously, as you all do it, possible to reduce the energy consumption at the same time. We have examples on the ground. One of the historic ones is Tilos. Tilos has gone very far with relatively small-scale investments. They fit together and they cover, they have a windmill, they have electric charging, they have invested in the networks, and they are also further investing in solar power, and they've gone very far. And the example from this year is Halki. A rather modest investment in Halki has made Halki already energy independent. So Halki, according to the current figures, produces more energy than it absorbs. Now, not every day of the year. The sun is not shining throughout the year. And it has been possible to reach this achievement because Halki is actually interconnected. So we already see a pattern emerging that interconnected islands could realistically become energy independent. Non-connected islands will have to satisfy themselves, and we would be satisfied with that, going into percentages looking like 60, 70, or even 80. It goes without saying that nobody wants to invest for the sake of investing. As much as we can use these territories and the population can use them as laboratories, we want to be responsible with taxpayers' money. So the next step is that the Ministry of Development will share its report with further stakeholders, first of all with itself internally in the ministry, and also with the Ministry of Environment, Energy, and the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. And then immediately after that, reach out also to the regions in particular that are obviously the other major stakeholders. And then there will be a process of refinement of the tools, and I would hope that we could see the launch of the investment scheme somewhere around next summer. And then further to that, there will be investments into the elaboration of plans per island and the elaboration of each project, quite similar to what we see in other areas.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Rasmussen. So the initiative for Greco Islands is an initiative which in Greece has been included in this programming period. We know that the European Commission tends to give a topic every time to Greece, and we try to deal with it in the best way possible. Now, I'd like to ask a question to you, Mr. Hadjimarkos. How are you thinking of incorporating this policy, this Greco Islands policy, in your region, the southern Aegean region, knowing that you've already made the first steps, as we know that Astypalia, Tilos, Halki, they already have some investments there. So I'd like to hear your take on this. So first of all, let me thank Mr. Rasmussen. Thank you. Because 1.5 years ago, I think, or a little bit more than that, we had a discussion in my office on the island of Rhodes for Greco Islands, Giarico Islands. And back then, this was a discussion which was based on the logic that we must be in line with our times and with what's at stake at this juncture. And it's good for us to come forward with an initiative like this. And Mr. Rasmussen had in mind a specific objective and a specific framework. But in the meantime, and I will talk about this later, so what happened in the meantime was the war in Ukraine. And all of a sudden, all these matters acquired a greater importance, and there was a greater need for them to be implemented. So they came first. They were given priority over others in the general discussion, and we had made sure as a country to have a full agenda full of problems. And we know that actually these were added at the top of the list. So Halki is the first island of this Greco Islands initiative. and Mr. Rasmussen is monitoring it, and we also have the Ministry for Development that is monitoring developments, and we are too. And right now we are working on the content of how this program will be rolled out to the other islands, to all the islands of Greece. So the experience is not only from Chalki, though, and please allow me here to talk a little bit more about other projects of this previous period and islands that are in my region. You heard about Astipalea. So next to every project and every island, we have the name of a company. And this is another leap forward, a mental leap. And I'm sure that many of our fellow Greeks do not accept this, i.e. having this collaboration with the private sector. So in Astipalea, we work with Volkswagen Group. We have e-mobility there. Yes, the first mobility on demand is doing very well. It's been very successful. It's run by the region. Now, on the island of Tilos, we have the Just Go Zero program. The Just Go Zero program of Tilos is a program where we took out all the waste bins. There are no garbage bins on the island. We've closed down our landfill. So nothing is transported to the landfill. Nothing is buried. 15 months later, we have excellent results, the best results in the world. 86% recycling, 14% composting, 0 kilos being buried, 0 transport. So together with the green, I would say Polygreen, we have no complex in mentioning the name of the company we've done business with. And we had Chalki, where we worked with Vinci, with Peugeot, with Citroën. There we have energy community issues. You heard Mr. Rasmussen saying that the island right now produces more than it actually consumes, more electricity. We have Syros, the island of Syros, where we have the Innovation Center with Onyx and Cisco. Naxos 2 weeks ago, under the leadership of the Ministry for Development, with Amazon, digital environment. And I've left a big project for last, Roads Go Up, in roads, with the TUI group, where we are building the tourist destination of the future at all levels of sustainability. And of course, natural environment and human environment and economic environment. So all these things. Why am I saying all this? So I think you all understand that we are rightfully proud, but it's not just that. What we want is to take this experience, the experience that we have acquired. And I'd like to open up brackets here. And I heard Mr. Nikas and Mr. Tsakiris talking about innovation. All these are innovative programs. They're all running now. And we know that they're doing very well. But these are leaps forward for a country like Greece, because Greece until recently was not doing very well. And we were scraping the bottom of the barrel to find money. And so this is a leap forward. And I think that this experience must be amassed, it must be recorded, it must be described and become the content of a broader program. Why? Because we've had the pilot projects, we tested the ground, and now we are more confident than ever. And we are entering the discussion on how the GR Eco Islands program will be completed and how this is rolled out to all islands of Greece, and what we can take from the islands that we've already used the programs on, because we know the problems that we found on the ground for every such project, and we know the teething problems that the region or agency involved will be faced with. And I think that this is a great experience. It's an important experience. In any case, we would like to state, and I come back to what I said at the end of my previous question, because I said that everything's in our mind. Everything's got to do with how we see things. So we have to leave the past behind. We have to stop thinking with blinkers on. We have to be open-minded. We have to be serious. And what have all these projects, innovative projects, proven to everybody? We turned the Aegean into a sea of innovation. It also shows that public and private sector can work hand in hand without any problems. We shouldn't demonize. We shouldn't say that things are good or things are bad. Public and private can work together, and we need to move together. Thank you very much.
Πραγματικά είναι ζηλευτό αυτό που έχετε κάνει στο νότιο.
Indeed, what you have achieved in the southern Aegean is actually something to envy, I would say. I would challenge you to know what you are able to deliver in the next year or so. Yes, indeed, that is a challenge. Now, I would like to address my next question to Mr. Rasmussen, Carsten. So this long programming period consultation has shown that our country delivers special attention to this partnership agreement. During this programming period and during the design period, the question kept been raised by your side time and again. What have been the lessons learned? Implying that maybe in the previous times we have not been so good at the level of performance. So my question is returned back to you. What have been the lessons learned at the level of the European Commission given this design period involving Greece? What have been your lessons from Greece, in other words? I would also like a comment from you at the level of the final beneficiaries and their capacity building in our country, Greece. Thank you.
Going there, George, let me just also congratulate you, because you've kindly congratulated Governor Hatzimakis. What you do in the North Aegean is equally fantastic, and what all of you do in your regions needs to be valorized further. We are fully aware that there are many projects that we never see. There are many initiatives that we never even get to know of. And we must find a way to continue doing a good job on communication and sharing also the best practice that is developing. There's no better way to improve a performance than to share what is developed inside a region or inside a country. So in the next period, I think we will find ways to share the good experience and the good ideas that are emerging across the regions and also across our sectoral programs. Now, looking back at the negotiations, I can only totally agree with the speakers, with the minister, with the deputy minister, with Mr. Skalkos, that it has been efficient. It is a major performance for Greece to be the first country to close the negotiations on the partnership agreement. And not only to be the first, but to be the first by more than 6 months. So it was we were like in a vacuum when it happened, and people just looked at us, so where does this come from? How did you finish that? And to be honest, there was a little bit of suspicion in my system that maybe we had just been too nice. I think if you ask Mr. Skalkos, he will not confirm that I've ever been too nice during the negotiations. We have been tough, and I can confirm to you that the result you got was not a result that was done in a cheap and easy way. It was a result that came out of hard work and a lot of compromises found per sector. We were worried when we had then had this early success with the partnership agreement that the programs would not follow easily. And if we zoom out and look at this from the outside, indeed, they didn't come quickly afterwards. They came a year later. But that year was spent again in hard negotiations, in the details, across the programs, including with the regional programs that came during other people's summer break. Most of the regional programs were decided during your summer holidays and during the Commission's summer holidays. And I would like to congratulate all of you out there in the managing authority for having sacrificed your holidays, for having found the time to process until the bitter end that paperwork that needed to be done. The discussions were ended in July, fine, but there was still a lot of administrative work to be done. If you had not stayed back, we wouldn't yet have these programs. You are the models of civil servants working for the common good doing that. There's nobody, it's like that in civil service. There's nobody really rewarding for you. But let me just, on behalf of all of us in the European Commission, thank you for that. You have contributed in a major way to the success. Now, how did we negotiate? We negotiate the way we have to. Is that a good way? No, not really. We always have to start without having a new regulation. As it was mentioned, you made your first proposal in 2019. In 2019, there was no regulation. It was 3 years away, 2.5 years away. But we worked on assumptions. We needed to, because nobody can wait for the regulation to be there in order to start the work. You asked me what the main lesson learned is. The main lesson learned is that we actually learned the lesson. We can always do better, but there was, and I appreciate that very much, there was an acute awareness on the side of the Greek authorities that certain things can improve. And the reflex was not only, oh yes, change the regulations, stop bothering us. There was an insight also say, okay, some of our projects don't work in a systematic way. One of the main examples are the urban ITIs. We all wanted the urban ITIs, the integrated territorial development, to happen. It is happening, but we are at absorption rates around 5 to 10% typically across the territory. Now, if we have one city being behind, that's okay. That's probably their fault. But if we have everybody behind, then of course it's systemic. And we need to understand why. We know why. We know that we started late. We know that we ran up too many delays in establishing the urban development plans. Then we had bad things happening with various crises and so on. Then we discovered that once we had the plans, some of the plans didn't really have any projects inside, and we yet needed to wait for them. It's a classical lesson of the mismatch between big ambitions and nice hopes and the reality on the ground. So this is one of the examples of an area where we have decided to continue in spite of the relatively poor result. We continue because we believe that together we can find a way to improve that system. We have agreed on a shorter timeline for the reviewed urban development plans to be available. If they are not, municipalities will have to leave the system and they will have to finish their implementation from the previous period. We have, and this is a major step, agreed with the Ministry of Development to have 100 million euro available to support beneficiaries, and we have already identified, although those negotiations are not finished, the municipalities as one of the main group of beneficiaries. We will now explore ways to invest both in the administrative capacity of the municipalities and in the systematic development of projects. So far, you have developed a lot of projects, but we have never been systematic. We have never done the calculation, what is the budget we need to spend? What is the volume of projects that we need to get ready by what date? And that is what we will do differently in the period 21-27. In other respects, we have had an acute awareness that the sectors within which we work, and this was mentioned by one of the previous speakers, those sectors are not always perfectly well up and running. The waste sector is emerging. It is not established to the extent that we can just put money into the machine and it happens by itself. We are doing, and you are doing, pioneering work, creating FOSDAs, staffing the FOSDAs, elaborating new waste management plans, and converting the waste management system into a mixture of recycling and waste treatment, because we have to. There's no other legal framework available than to do it that way. This is extremely hard work. We have understood finally, after so many years, that the way we have invested in water is wrong. We have invested in drinking water one day and in wastewater the other day. We have dug up the street 3 times to do the same things. And we have not designed our wastewater treatment plants to be fully compatible with the pipes. Or even when we had pipes, we have not connected them to the households. Everybody knows this, but we never did anything about it yet. This time we do something, and we have put provisions in the programs that will take us there. You have come with a new strategy for the smart specialization at regional level. In this period it worked, and sometimes it didn't work at all. Let's just be honest. So what we have now on the table is a mixture of a national strategy with regional strategies. And in the regions, you are doing an extra effort to reanimate the networks where they were not really functional. And I see an emergence or a copying of the establishment of innovation agencies. I'm sure we need them. We have good practice already up and running. Patrick will speak later about the achievements in terms of the changes to the social area and to employment. But in the sectors I have been working with, I would put my hand on fire that point by point we have achieved an improvement in the way and in the direction that is laid down in the programs. Does that mean that everything is going to work perfectly? So now we've agreed it and then things, no, of course not. We are on our side absolutely aware that we are looking ahead to 4 or 5 years of work to change the systems, to invest in projects, to invest in structures, to invest in new procedures. And all of us, we will need day by day to try to make things simpler for our users, for the companies that use us, for those that are in training, for those that are in the municipalities that have to apply for funding. We need to make sure that if we can do with 20 pages, we don't ask for 700. We also would need, and that is further to what was one of the starting points, to make our projects stronger. Many of our projects looked nice the day they were finished, but many of them were not there after 5 years, or they didn't look nice anymore. We need to make our projects sustainable and viable from an organizational and financial point of view. That's easy to say, it's difficult to do. It requires creative thinking sector by sector. And it also requires that we are tough with ourselves and with our beneficiaries once in a while. It requires that when we know that a beneficiary does not have the staff to implement 200 million, then we say, okay, you don't get the 200 million. We cannot give 200 million to nobody. I'm not stupid. I know the political reality. I know how difficult it is to say, let's say to a municipality, look guys, you have spent 0 money in the previous period and now you ask for 40 billion. What have you changed? And I said, no, don't come there. We are mandated to do this. We are the municipality. We work according to the law and so on. We will need to scrutinize their ability. We will need to find out if they have set aside 2 accountants, 3 engineers, and the technical staff to make sure that they can supervise their projects, and that they have somebody who actually has been trained in procurement and in state aid. If they don't have that, we cannot continue to give them funding. We can afford to be hard because we can come with funding to help them at the same time. So to conclude, I'm extremely satisfied with the negotiation result that we have. I'm satisfied because otherwise we wouldn't have signed. So the proof is in the pudding. You could say it's an obvious argument, but I can also confirm that this is the result of hard work, and that on our side we have not given in. Why are we so difficult? We are so difficult because we want Greece to be the best and the best performing country in Europe, no less. That's the level of ambition, and nobody else should have a different one.
Ωραία.
I think Mr. Karsten touched upon everything. He reminded me of the negotiation period where we had to start from scratch. And he reminded us of all this to make us understand that for implementing, we need to think of planning first, what we promised, and then to deliver. So let's move on to policy objective 2. It's a big bet. It's a huge bet, a huge wager. So Mr. Rasmussen passed the relay to the, so he will give the floor to Mr. Hadjimarkos now, and then we'll close. So what we heard from Mr. Rasmussen may sound in the ears of some of our fellow citizens as annoying, but I think that to the ears of those working consistently, diligently, persistently on the aim of improving the quality of lives of Greek citizens, but at the same time This must be done with respect to management of public money, because EU money is public money. So let me just give you two examples of how important matter is, the one that was touched upon by Mr. Rasmussen. Mr. Rasmussen said that you have a project that looks lovely when you receive it, and then it doesn't actually deliver. So the decision is that we do not tender any projects in the southern Aegean which will have to do with waste management. We will not tender if in the tender we don't have management by the constructor. For many years, it used to be 6 months. This is what we knew, meaning there was a test run for 6 months. This is no longer the case. The minimum is 6 years now for us. Now, second example, they come to us in the southern Aegean region. So we have small municipalities, small islands. They say we don't have technical capacity, we want waste treatment. And the answer is we do not fund any waste treatment facility on any island if there is no, by the body that puts in the request, the commitment that they will actually fund for a next number of years, a large period, the operation thereof, with a contract and with a contractor that has been designated. No, I'm interested in putting the money to good use. So we know that these investments are built with a lot of hard work, and they have to deliver what they were then built for. And many years later, when we go to check on them, we want to see that they are in operation and running smoothly. I'd like to thank Karsten, Mr. Rasmussen, for the excellent collaboration, and I'd like to ensure him that from our side as well, we will do the best we can so that Greece will be the front runner, so that it will be at the top performer when it comes to making good use of EU funds. But this is not an end in itself. Our main aim is to be able to deliver results, measurable results, visible results to society as soon as possible. And I'd like to assure Mr. Rasmussen, after thanking him for trusting us, I'd like to ensure him that very soon, sooner than what we have promised, we will be ready to deliver on our promises and commitments. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you both for this wonderful discussion. I'd like to promise you that I'll be there next year, Mr. Handzimarkou, and I'd like to thank all of you, and bye from us.
So, hello again. Can you please all be seated so that we can resume? Thank you. So this is the third part on our agenda, namely policy objective number 3, modern and sustainable transport infrastructure for the Greek regions. So in this frame, we would have liked to have more funds because the funding so far lags behind vis-à-vis what has been expected. So our guest speakers will be the following: the governor of the region of Crete, Mr. Stavros Arnautakis, who will be joining us via the WebEx technology. We will also have with us Mr. Spanos Fanis, the governor of the region of Sterea Elada, Mr. Moudouris, governor of region of the northern Aegean, and Mr. Giannis Solomonidis from the European Commission, DG Regio and Urban Development. Our moderator, Madame Sarafidou, head of Special Service Managing Authority for the Thessaly region. Madame Sarafidou Melina.
Ευχαριστώ.
Καλά είμαστε έτσι.
Εντάξει.
Καλά είμαστε.
Εσείς θέλετε να έρθετε από εδώ?
Είπατε, όχι, μα θέλετε.
Ωραία. Καλησπέρα σε όλους μετά το διάλειμμα που...
Good afternoon. After the short lunch break that we've just had, we will continue with the policy objective number 3, aspiring to a more connected Europe, Greece, and the regions of Greece. As we have heard, there are regulatory commitments based on which there are accumulated resources dedicated to other sectors rather than this one. Therefore, the overall percentage in the new programming period at the level of the budget is approximately at 8% of the overall budget. So we have the larger scale transport program, which is distinct at the level of the new programming period, so separated from the umbrella sector alongside with the environment. So we have co-funding both from the ESF and the cohesion fund. We have major trans-European transport infrastructure and also smaller scale interventions. And also along with that, some pilot projects, mainly in urban centers. Now, the regional programs do include this policy objective number 3. So with us, with physical presence, we have the two governors of regions, and via WebEx we will have Mr. Arnautakis. So we will be discussing this policy objective number 3 and its implementation at the level of each specific region. Now, before giving the floor to our guest speakers, I would like to say beforehand that the enabling conditions must be met in order for each project to be approved. And whether the enabling conditions have not all been met upon approval, they will have to be approved, let's say, at the level of a phased out approval. Now, so far we have the strategic plan for the transportation for this programming period, which is in closure, and the national strategic plan for the transport, which goes to the period until 2037. So all that is under this policy objective. And of course, road safety is a key parameter, and it involves a national master plan, if you like, which is in the process of being completed. So without me taking the floor any further, I do not want to tire you, says Madam Sarafidou, and I will give the floor to Mr. Arnautakis. Mr. Arnautakis, you represent one of the regions which is an island in Greece, so Crete. There are 70 million euros committed at the level of the budget, and this is going to be used in order to support the intra-region accessibility on the island of Crete. Of course, the additional resources coming from the sectoral program and the Recovery and Resilience Fund are also resources that are part of your basket of resources, so to speak, but I will give you the floor. Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon rather, from Crete. So I don't know, maybe it was due to let's say fortune, maybe something that Mr. Skylakakis did or somebody else. I'm joking. And I am not in a position to be attending physically in this very important event anyway. I hope that I will be able to respond to this invitation and host you sometime soon in Crete. Anyway, taking the floor, I would like to subscribe to what has been already said, that the regional programs, operational programs should be supported with more funds, especially at the level of the islands. There is a deficit at the level of infrastructure. For Crete, when we receive millions of tourists, you realize that there are critical infrastructure projects at the level of the road network, not only the northern road axis, but also the other road networks are very important, and we do need funds in order to support it, to construct it, to maintain it. So now we have a great project, the VOAC axis for Crete, and those funds, 70 million euros of funds that need to be absorbed. Now there are concept design that are already completed, and we need to absorb those funds in order to kick off this project, and also absorb funds from the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and supported by the services of the ministry to be able to improve this infrastructure, because the infrastructure translates into growth and development for the island, provides good quality of living for its people, it protects against accidents, road accidents, and we have so many negative events on the island of Crete. So road accidents, injuries, the impact after, parties and nightlife, and we want to be able to put a stop to that. So upon the completion of those major projects, we will have a good, safe road network. This is our priority in order for Greece to make another step forward. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we will give the floor to the region of continental Greece, Στερεά Ελλάδα, which is mainland Greece. So you have 31 million budget of funds in order to support this connectivity between the various areas in your region, so mainland Greece, coastal Greece and islands. How do you intend to use these funds?
Thank you very much for inviting me to the select panel of speakers. Some years ago, when I had dinner with Mrs. Cretu, the previous commissioner, I asked her, why didn't we have sufficient funds for infrastructure, and together with my predecessor, Kostas Pakogiannis, and she said, why did you got a Delors package, you got community support frameworks, the first ESPA, the second ESPA, you should have made roads by now. And what she said, we didn't have an answer to that. You might ask, doesn't Greece have roads? Yes, it does. And it's not right to say that nothing has happened in the past. But we still see that there are still many needs and pressing needs to build infrastructure. So in continental Greece, we now have many priorities. We have established these priorities together with the government, meaning the Ministry for Development, and we have the General Secretary present here, but also the Ministry for Infrastructure and Transport. So we work with these two ministries in order for us to design the roadmap of our region. E65 will soon finish. And I think it is of great interest. It's a very important road axis. At the same time, we are contracting Amphissa Bralos from the Fokidas network. There will also be a full development, Thermopyles Adelero. We also have the bypass of Attiki and Psachna, and then we have the northern road access of Evia after the big destruction, the wildfires in Evia. And we also have a series of smaller projects which altogether are parts of a puzzle. But this is a well-established puzzle, and I think that when it is implemented, the landscape of road networks in continental Greece will be radically different. Now, let me talk about the regional program. Our regional program. Well, through this regional program, we have a small amount. This is an ESPA, which is, of course, much greater than the previous one because we've had a lot of support, and we see that at the level of the RIP, things are better, but again, with 31 million, we still are pressed for funds. So we have mature projects, we have lower scale than the big axes I mentioned before, but these are smaller projects that are well targeted all over the region that will provide answers to pressing needs. But the first thing that comes to mind is road. And it's not the only thing we're interested in. It's not just road infrastructure. Now in continental Greece, we are constructing 9 new ports. I don't want to enumerate them, to mention them. And we also have the professor here who is a legend in port policy. And I hope that what we will build will be as good as the ones you have designed. I'll come to see them, and together with the port funds and the port authority, we are ready to get the first, if you like, license for the water ports. And I hope that this will help us a lot in the future. And of course, here we're also talking about Agorastos, we're talking about the seaports, and we're also trying to improve the railway network. So we're talking about multimodal transport, and this means that we will have a good network. So what are the next objectives? The new Stilidas port. We have completed the studies after many years. Businessmen from southern Thessaly have been waiting for this port, the port of Stylida, and we also have the port of Chalkida, which will actually help Inofita as well. I could say a lot at this point, but I would like to stick to what I have already mentioned, and just to convey one last message in relation to European Union funds. We no longer follow the logic that we will only build roads, but because there are still needs for road projects. And this is why we know that there's pressure by the European Union. They also say that we should not spend money, but we should also be effective in what we do, meaning every project that is implemented must contribute to the GDP, and it has to be able to return the money spent on it. That's how we understand things. And of course, here we're talking about community funds and national funds. So this is the philosophy underlying our work. And of course, we have a series of small but very important projects. We're talking projects under the public investment program. We know that this is a very good program. And it's important for us to have speed, but also safety. So we're also waiting for the first approvals under the RRF for the very important proposals that have been made by all regional governors. Here we want to drive safely and not just faster when we drive on our roads. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much. Thank you. You stuck to your time. Now let's go back to a region with islands. Mr. Mouzouris, 30 million. The objective that you have set in the regional program is to increase the accessibility of the islands. The port policy for the next programming period, well, it aims at connectivity of smaller islands. So tell us about your program. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. Accessibility regarding the islands. How is this ensured? Mainly via ports and airports. So we want to ensure continuity, and we want to have this connectivity between the mainland and the islands. This is achieved via ports and airports. Northern Aegean now. 3 regional units, Lesbos, Chios and Samos. Airports. There are 5 airports, international airports, out of which 2 are under the management of Fraport, and thank God, because things have improved. Now, we also have 3 national airports. I hope that these will also be given to Fraport. So I believe that as far as airports are concerned, we don't have a problem. Let's look at the ports. I will talk quickly about the ports. Just a general introduction. Greece, 1,100 port facilities, meaning as big as Piraeus or Thessaloniki, but very small. For example, Loutra in Chania, Crete. So we have a wide range of ports, from big to very small. So at the NCUA, we set 50 technical criteria, and we found that up to 100% of our ports have technical problems, mainly problems with the waves, protection against the waves, trying to offer customer service, waiting areas. Sometimes the problems are very significant. Now let me look at Northern Aegean, 66 port facilities. Okay, we have Lesbos, 26 in Chios, 16 in Samos. So all these have their problems. So they are a sub-total of the total number of ports in Greece, and all these port facilities have the same problems. So 30 million, which you mentioned, for accessibility, it's not enough. It's way not enough, and I actually gave you the figures. So if you divide the ports by the money, you'll see that it's 200,000, 300,000 per port, when a port project is normally in the order of the million. So as you can see, mathematically we prove that this money is not sufficient. And these islands, apart from the other crises faced by the other regions, they also had to suffer the migratory crisis. These were the islands that were the shield against all these waves coming from the east. 1 million migrants went through the islands, mainly through Lesbos. We welcomed them when they were refugees because they were fleeing from Syria. But then we had economic migrants coming to our shores. Unfortunately, in February of 2020, the current government, saw that the policy of open borders was not helping. Why? Because our country has closed maritime borders. It implemented the correct policy, and now 25,000 migrants. Well, now we have 1,000 migrants instead of 25,000, which we had in the past. So we have 1,000. So that's a good policy, and I congratulate them. And we know that a lot of money is under the new ESPA by 45%. Thank you very much. Je vous remercie. 45% more. Thank you, says the gentleman in French. So I think that the refugee crisis might have played a role. Also the absorption rate. And let me try to pat myself on the back. And I'd say that we were 11th in absorption rate. Now we're number 5. So maybe this might have played a role in us getting more funds. But I think that the migratory and refugee crisis also played a role. So we don't have enough money. We'll have to see where we'll find additional funds, RRF and so on and so forth. But I'd like to say that the funds we have are not enough. Thank you very much.
Μάλιστα, κύριε Περιφερειάρχα.
Yes, Regional. Please wait for the mic.
Της Θεσσαλίας, ναι.
Λοιπόν, η διαδραστική διαδικασία. Λοιπόν...
Well, this is an interactive process. So we broadcast live. So the region of Thessaly, it has to do with the infrastructure projects and the fact that they are underfunded. This is well known to all of us. So what is the solution? Complementarity. Since we're talking about a team at the level of the programming agreement, what this complementarity be about? So the Ministry of Infrastructure indeed has funds allocated under its umbrella, under its remit. So under this ministry's coordination, we need to sit together and prioritize the various infrastructure projects to be delivered. Now, when it comes to infrastructure, there are also other tools of complementarity, such as the recovery tools, for example, road safety. Road safety is also under the remit of the Ministry of Infrastructure. So all that needs to be implemented in complementarity in order to make sure that this gap in resources be reduced. So taking into account the prioritization, the maturity of the projects, the pace of implementation, and so forth. So sectoral program of infrastructure, the regional program of infrastructure for each specific region, of course, to be matched to the sectoral, and then under the remit of the Ministry of, let's say, Infrastructure of Development, to see what are the projects to be funded under the RRF plan, and to have that in complementarity. Now, not to mention the flood protection safety projects and measures. It is unconceivable not to have in the armamentum of our projects such projects as well. And thank God that we have Mr. Skalkos in that respect. And we are doing that very well, because of course, if it hadn't been for the instrument 817, then we wouldn't be in such a position today. And of course, we are all in favor of financial engineering. So thank you very much for giving me the floor to intervene. And thank you. Now, let us give the floor once again to the regional of Crete, because he would have to be disconnected quite soon. Now, Mr. Arnautakis, you have 2 minutes. Would you have rather 2 minutes for one question? Yes, of course. Apologies. I have to, let's say, attend to another political event with the presence of a minister, so I would have to leave you soon. So, your question. So, having heard the debate so far, and given the circumstances, the needs and the projects, do you think that we can respond at the level of the country to meet the challenge of this transportation and accessibility challenge with criteria of sustainability and accessibility without problems? Yes, my view is positive. However, you need to have decentralization of competences and resources, because all the previous years, the difficult years, we were able to sustain the difficulties thanks to the program of public investment plan. And we need to thank Secretary General Skalkos for that. However, we need to adopt decentralization in a more substantive manner. So to commission studies, design concepts and so forth, and implement and build out all those infrastructure projects, respecting the environment, the vulnerable groups, the disability, and so forth. However, we would be in a much better position as a country if the regions had been funded accordingly. And of course, for the Ministry of the Development, there will always be larger scale projects to be implemented and to build, because they have, let's say, the executive overview, monitoring, coordination, and the executive know-how. And the regions will follow suit and will act in complementarity. Now, as far as we are concerned, from our side, we know that we have the necessary human resources, we have the know-how and the knowledge, and we have proven at the level of various projects that we can deliver. So what it takes is trust, and what we need is to have more trust on behalf of the central state, so to speak, central governments towards us. And this is a timeless concern. And also we need to have decentralized government, and we stand ready in order to implement everything that we aspire at, everything that we envisage. Thank you very much. I would like to apologize for not being with you physically, and I promise that the next time I will be joining you in person. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Solomonidis, having heard the previous speakers, all the governors of the region so far are fully aware of the RRF plan, its funds, the major projects, its pillars, and all the projects, of course, that are to be funded by the various regional operational programs. Therefore, for the operational programs, the interventions are of a smaller scale. Already 3 or 4 governors of regions have discussed the issue of the limited budget in this thematic area. What is your view as to the adequacy, the sufficiency of the resources vis-à-vis the needs as they have been taken down at the level of the ΕΣΠΑ? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. There will always be needs. Needs evolve. There are always new needs that arise as well, so needs never end. Now, in relation to the funds mentioned by the regional governors, well, it's not, so roads are not a top priority for the European Union anymore. However, and I'm going to use a line used by somebody else, there is money. So there is money for infrastructure. And let us not forget that it's not just ΕΣΠΑ. We also have the RRF, but also a CEF, Connecting Europe Facility. And this will also finance almost exclusively the railways in Greece. Furthermore, let us add that we have come to a point, and this is very fortunate, that almost all the trans-European network in Greece has been completed. So right now, and we can say this judging from my own personal experience and seeing what has been constructed in Greece, that the core network is one of the best. The core network of Greek is one of the best in Europe. It is modern and it is high quality. The thing is, however, that there's something else we need to look into, and this has been mentioned, that of maturity or maturation. So at the end of every programming period, we run very fast to absorb the funds that have not been used due to the fact that the projects were not mature. This is a problem that has existed for a long period of time in Greece, and I think this is something that we need to look into, and we have to resolve this issue. We need to reduce the time required. We don't want to have the same situation in the new PA, in the PA Agreement 2127, and we need to finish the projects in due time without there being any risk of losing any funds. That's it from me. Thank you very much. So thank you. So, Regional Governor, so with the limited funds and the complementary funds from other sources, what do you think about your region at the end of the new programming period? Where will it be as far as accessibility is concerned? I am an optimist by nature, but I hope that I will also become justifiably optimistic. And I forgot to mention another, if you like, axis that is underway, Lamia Karpenisi. So this is one of the most important axes because a whole region will no longer be considered isolated. I'm talking about Evrytania, which is also one of the poorest regions in Europe. Now, I'd like to take the baton from Mr. Solomonidis. The funds are limited, they're specific, so we have to try to maximize them, and we can do so by trying to use an innovative way to go forward. There are many ways. That's one thing. The question is, how can we maximize their value and how can we absorb them quickly and in a quality manner? This has to do with studies. And it's not just that we need to have studies quickly, because this has always been a problem. Last year, as the Association of Regions, we tried to contribute to this end. A law changed, and this was very good, but there were also some problems in relation to the community acquis, the community framework. But there's something where we're still lagging behind. I'm talking about the speed with which these studies are conducted, but also the quality of these studies. And of course, other regional governors have witnessed situations where the projects are tendered, they're contracted, the contracts are signed, and yet they do not proceed, even though funding is available. And of course, we're talking about expropriations. This is a long discussion. I'm not going to discuss this now, but I'm also talking about the various studies. So we're talking about studies in relation to the soil, the geology, and sometimes the studies actually are delayed. And there are also other things that may lead to problems. I'm talking about bad quality of projects. That's the final result, which means you need extra money for maintenance. So this is a vicious circle, basically. All projects which stay behind, they lag behind, and sometimes because they fall behind, they are moved from one programming period to the next. So we see that there's a shortage of funds. Our funds are limited. And of course, we know that this is a problem. But at the same time, we also have another challenge. We need to have well-designed programs, projects that are submitted in time so that the funds can be spent wisely, and in order for us to become connected so that accessibility is ensured in the best possible way. So by the end of this programming period, as the region of continental Greece, we believe that accessibility will be much better. So we're talking about sustainable connectivity. I think we will be at a good point at the end of the programming period, and all our road axes will be ready and will be used by the people driving their cars. So I want to add something about railways. We didn't hear much about railways. Only Mr. Solomonidis talks about railways because the energy footprint is also a very important parameter when it comes to policy objective 3.
Also, at the level of road safety, all regional programs include operations and actions, and a major role in that is played by the regional program for the Northern Aegean. And I fear that there are some areas of concern also at the level of rates. So what are your views of that, on that? 5 million euros for road safety from the next ΕΣΠΑ, when yesterday we got 9 million euros from the Ministry of Interior, says Mr. Mouzouris. So you realize the insufficiency. But allow me to touch upon something different. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Secretary General, there will be no maturity at the level of the projects on time, as Mr. Solomonidis said, and there will always be retroactivity, if you like, at the level of the delays. Why? Because the government administration processes are such that there are always delays. and there are so many, let's say, red tape steps at the level of the competent government services, for example, from the Forestry Service or other service, waiting for months or years before we can get the green light in order to proceed with the project. So unless we have some change of the legislation, in order to have the competent services respond to our request on time, there will always be lack of maturity for the implementation of our projects. Thank you. So actually you are referring to supporting the maturity, if you like, or the capacity building of the state, of the central government and of the central government entities in order to respond on time, and technical assistance in collaboration with the European Commission in order to appropriately respond to the implementation of those projects, to respond on time, both from the beneficiary side and also from the central government services. Therefore, Mr. Solomonidis, what would be your views, having heard all that? Now, the investments on road networks have already started, and we find ourselves in a most fortunate moment in time where we have the completion of the first part of the road axis of the country, of our region, if you like. So the first part has already been completed with the exception, of course, with the major project in the region of Crete, which indeed is lagging behind, unfortunately. Now, there is another challenge to meet, that is to upgrade in quality terms the existing road network, and also to make the most of what we already have in place at the level of the road infrastructure networks. So interconnectivity, complementarity of the various modalities of the network, for example, ports, trains, so connectivity, in other words, in order to have better use and better operation of the system, and higher interest on behalf of the citizens to use it. Now, at the level of safety, we do need solid studies based on good practices, best examples from other countries, and apply them in Greece as well, because it is indeed very tragic to see road accidents and casualties in Greece. The third question has to do with connectivity, especially as regards the islands, because this is a matter of strategic importance for Greece as well. And item number 4 would be the maximization of utilization as regards the metro lines and the suburban railway, because indeed it will have a great impact at the level of the environmental footprint. This actually constitutes a key challenge. This has to be part of our mindset, to be under our design planning, so the environmental impact must be included in every concept design from now on, in order to have a zero, if you like, environmental footprint, or at least to reduce it as much as possible. So we design the new sustainable strategic plans, the integrated urban development plans, and those are ambitious plans, provided that we have the appropriate planning. And of course, we know what are the best practices from abroad. For example, in Brussels, for any new let's say road to be built, there has to be a lane for the bicyclists. However, this may be applied not only in key parts of the road network, but also at the level of the road interconnection between smaller towns or villages, for example. Why not take the bicycle to commute from one village from another if it is a distance of only, let's say, 3 or 4 kilometers. So we do need to adopt a different perspective when we design and think of new projects in order to save the environment, of course. Thank you. You're welcome. So we have all learned from our lessons from the past. We know what we need to overcome. We do know the key aspects as regards the complementarity of resources, aspects of accessibility at the level of the integrated policies for urban development, for strategic sustainable development. And of course, if we do take that into account, we will have a better accessibility and overall a better delivery of all the projects. Thank you so much all for your participation.
Αυτό είναι. Συντονίστε.
Mrs. Kasotaki Maria will be the moderator for the next session. She's from Crete. She's head of the Managing Authority of Crete. Policy Objective 4, Social Inclusion Policies for Cohesion of Regions. We have Meteos Christos from Eastern Macedonia Thrace. He's the governor there. Patrick Paquet, who is head of the Greece and Cyprus unit, DG Employment, Social Affairs and Social Inclusion. And is Mr. Kasapidis here? I can take his place, says Mr. Agorastos. Where's Fanny's? Fanny's? Imagine if we didn't have more funds. So just imagine, Fanny's, if the funds hadn't been increased from 5.9 to 8.2 billion, and you actually got 426, and everybody should be saying congratulations for the good negotiation. And so we're on the right track. I know we have to pick up speed. We have to change gear, Kostas. In a month, we have said this, if the archaeology service, the forestry service do not respond, we know that ESPA, the PA, pays 980 archaeologists and workers in Thessaly alone. Just imagine. And I didn't mention this earlier. So if they don't answer within a month, then their position is considered to have been positive. Of course, they can't do the trick when the month is over to ask you for something more, another document. So we have to have little boxes, meaning what needs to be ticked. But speed, of course, is always of the essence. And speed is important. It saves us, it doesn't kill us, because if you speed on the road, you get killed. So in this case, speed is good, not bad. I think that Mr. Kasapidis is on his way. We can't hear the lady. She's off mic. Okay, I think I'm all right. Regional Governor of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, Mr. Patrick Paquet, welcome to the round table. And we will be discussing the contribution of ROPs 21-27 in relation to policy objective 4 of the cohesion policy. And I'm talking about different actions that are co-financed by the EIDF, but also by the ESF+. So policy objective 4 contributes to the creation of a Europe which is more social through the creation of jobs, through the acquisition of skills and social inclusion. The pandemic exacerbated social issues in Europe and in Greece. It influenced labor relations, education, but also other aspects of our daily lives. And it highlighted the importance of digital technologies and the need to acquire digital skills. The war in Ukraine and the energy crisis are creating new challenges when it comes to social policy, and the member states are called to face these challenges. And I'm talking about society, civil society, regions, and so on and so forth. So the main aim of the PA 2127 in relation to policy objective 4 is a more social Greece via investment in human resources, having equal access to quality services and goods. So the regions of Greece, having undertaken the responsibility to manage the regional operational programs, are called upon to play a very important role and to make use of the funds from ESF+, which are much greater than the previous period, but also the NSRF funds that have been attributed for health, culture, infrastructure, and so on and so forth. In the period 21-27, we also have new priorities, both at a national level but also EU level, and the regional operational programs are called to support all these. So the digital and accessible school and university, primary health care, strategies for deinstitutionalization, the child guarantee, and also long-term care. All these are some of the new topics that we are now discussing in this new programming period. At the same time, we also have a lot of concern on the capacity of our entities to design and implement these actions in the RIPs, Regional Operational Programs. So these are the topics that we will discuss with our panelists today in this roundtable, and I'd like to hear from them. We'd like to hear their views and how this is dealt with in their regional operational programs. Of course, we're still waiting for Mr. Kasabidis to arrive. We also want to hear, of course, from the European Commission as well. Let me begin in the same way that my fellow moderators began. I would like to address the first question to the regional governor of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. So this is the first question. So your region, Governor, is known for its peculiarities, and this has to do with the fact that it's a cross-border area, it's a remote area, we have many mountains, and we also have a multicultural character. So which actions under ESF Plus does your new regional operational program 21-27 support the vulnerable groups in your population, which are influenced by the above characteristics of your region? How many minutes do I have at my disposal for this answer? 6-7 minutes. 6 minutes, okay. I can't see the time. So, hello from me. Thank you very much, Mrs. Kassiotakis, for the question and also for inviting me. I know I only have 6 minutes available, so let me begin with a general introduction. Since 1989, I'd like to show the continuous support by the European Union to our region, the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. So since 1989, over 7.5 billion euro have been given for projects in our region and which have significantly helped in its development. I'm talking about the community support frameworks, the 3 CSFs and the 2 NSRFs. So if to this 7.5 billion we also add the national participation, the amount is 9 billion euro. So with this money, a lot of things were done. We had Ignatiados, we had its vertical axes also constructed, the hospital of Alexandroupolis, the hospital of Kavala, so brand new hospitals, but also part of the other hospitals like Xanthi Hospital, important infrastructure for schools, and I'm talking about primary level education, secondary level, irrigation projects, dams, environmental projects, waste treatment facilities, and flood protection in order for us to deal with climate change, money for entrepreneurship, but of course, funds for social policy and social cohesion as well. All this money was made available mainly under the ESF. Now, because the question concerns mainly social cohesion, here I need my notes. So let me say that, so what do we mean when we say social cohesion? What do we mean by that? When the members of a social group have a common goal and they get together to achieve these common goals. So what are these factors? Let me then talk about the elements regarding my region. So we need money. Of course, there's unemployment, there's employment, there's education, social balance, tolerance vis-a-vis differences, religious differences, good relations with the rest of society, social solidarity, social integration, even assimilation, and social equality, so equal opportunities. So what are the elements that can be found in our region? What are our features? First of all, 40% of the total territory of our region is a mountainous area. So we have a lot of mountains. The settlements in these mountains are small. And in the last years, we see that many people abandon the small villages to go to larger urban centers. That's one thing. Secondly, unemployment. It's not just the movement to urban areas. We see that this is very obvious in mountainous areas, but we also have people leaving the country or moving to other parts of the country. Social welfare issues. Of course, we have better structures. A lot of money was made available under the previous period to improve social structures. So we have a significant improvement, but there's still room for improvement. And we also have aging of the population, which is very, very bad. And we see this in many settlements, in many agglomerations. Now, dropout from schools. Of course, things have improved, but there's still a dropout rate that is quite high. We also have a large number of Roma citizens. We have Roma settlements, 32 Roma settlements in Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, over 16,000 people, 16,500 if I'm not mistaken. And of course, we have this multicultural element, but this is our advantage. Multicultural feature is an advantage, but because we're talking about larger social groups with other characteristics, if we don't have the right interventions and if the handling isn't right, there's always the risk of problems appearing. Now, this multicultural model, and I insist on this, is our big advantage, and this is something we should protect at all costs. So what do we need to do? And I'm talking about the fact that we have many funds from the PA, 163 million from the 639. So 639 is the total PA. So 163 is from the ESF. And 84 is for infrastructure in health and education. So if you add this up, this is about 39% out of the total PA. So what can we do with this money? We can intervene in the areas that I mentioned, i.e. we can deal with the mountainous areas because we're talking about small, low-income villages, a lot of farmers with tobacco, for example, with small land parcels. So there are many problems and we need to intervene. As I said, there is immigration, people are leaving, so we have to support long-term unemployeds, but also unemployeds who are close to retirement, women. We have to support all the social groups. So I'm talking about social welfare. So with the PA, we have a lot for development. But we must take care of those in need. We can't exclude them. And I'm talking about people with disability, children with disability, women that have been abused, old people, Roma groups, a lot of other social groups that are in greater need than the rest of us. For example, the people who are unemployed, people with mental illness, mental health issues. So a lot has happened in our region for the better. So there's better social welfare, there's good social policy. So all this will continue. And we also have the possibility to have new projects, more forms of support in order to best deal with the particular characteristics of our region. Thank you very much. You didn't overstep your time that much, just by a couple of minutes. And I think you gave us a very good description of your region and its peculiarities, its specificities, as well as the main actions you have adopted in your operational program. So now I want to give the floor to you, Mr. Paquet. This is my first question. Having participated in the negotiation with the Greek authorities and the regions of Greece for the design and approval of the NSRF programs, I would like to ask you, what, in your opinion, are the social challenges which the regional operational programs have to face in the period 21-27, making use of the ESF plus funds, which in this period are much greater than before? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope it works. I'm very happy to be with you. And I would like first to join chorus with what Carsten was saying earlier on, how much we were able to rely in all this work on your cooperation, the commitment of the whole community of colleagues working on these regional programs. And it's a major achievement. We didn't emphasize it enough that you are ahead of the curve in Greece compared to many member states. And this is very important because of these challenges. They are huge. The social challenges in Greece. My answer would be twofold. One is that we know them, that Greece has, on a number of accounts, unemployment, poverty, and issues of education, a lot to still do compared to EU averages. But where it comes to the region to act, it's because it's even more important at regional level. The disparities are bigger. There is one important indicator we always use, which is the rate of people at risk of poverty or social inclusion. And we have now made all these indicators available also at regional level in Greece with Eurostat. And this allows us to measure that, on the one hand, Greece is behind the EU average on that indicator. Greece is around 28%. But if I take the region of Governor Metzios, East Macedonia Trace, they have a rate of 35%. They are the region with the biggest challenge in the country. And it's important that we look at the data really in that level, regional, and then indeed almost municipality by municipality, to look where the challenges are. So I think this is a starting point. But on the top of that, we had the chain of crises, from the financial crisis to the COVID crisis to now the Ukraine crisis. So every crisis has exacerbated the challenges, made it even more difficult, and broadened the inequalities. So our mandate is huge in that respect. But then you have also the long-term challenges on the top. That's the demography. The governor was clearly pointing to that. The demography affects who is living in the cities and who is living outside. It makes the question of accessibility of social support even more complicated to handle. But you have also things like what we call the twin transition, the green and digital. All these things just cumulate, and we need to do something about it. So, in my view, it's just the right choice that Greece has made to tackle social inclusion primarily through the regional programs, because this is about, the definition is not leaving anyone behind. And again, the governor was pointing exactly to the right sort of categories we have in mind when we are preparing these regional programs with social inclusion at the top of the priorities. So our approach to these challenges, which seem daunting, is also to try to have a sense of focus We are very happy that in Greece you made the choice to use what we call the European Pillar of Social Rights as a compass for the different priorities. And here, Greece as a country has high ambitions for the next decade, which will help focus the work. They will have high ambition for the employment rate to reach 71% by the end of the decade. Adult learning is a second big topic, and I think it's very relevant in the regions too, because adult learning in Greece has been focused mainly about unemployed, and then you have some adults who are usually the better integrated, who take advantage of training. What we need now is that we upskill the whole workforce of Greece, otherwise there is a risk to trap them into unemployment, into social exclusion. And last, the other target is poverty, precisely. So poverty should be our compass to reduce it. And this is then also a matter to combine these three objectives. Because if you train and upskill, you help women or vulnerable groups to enter the labor market, but you also then protect them from social inclusion. I see the Governor of West Macedonia joining us. Hello, pleased to meet you. So this is how I see the main challenges.
Okay. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, κύριε Πακέ. Πραγματικά νομίζω μας δώσατε τους βασικούς...
Thank you so much, Mr. Paquet.
Με το χρόνο...
Thank you very much, Mr. Paquet, for taking stock of all those challenges and sharing your thoughts with you. And of course, we do know that as regards the operational programs funds are to be allocated to a large extent vis-a-vis social exclusion and poverty, people at risk of poverty, and this is the big challenge. And I believe that in collaboration with the competent national authorities, we will be in a position to implement operations and actions high-performing and with a very positive impact at the level of the indicators that you mentioned at the beginning of your talk. So, having said this, I would like to welcome the Governor of the region of Western Macedonia. So, Governor, I have already raised the first question to your colleague and as well as to Mr. Paquet. So, since you have joined us in the panel, I will raise my question to you. So the region of Western Macedonia is faced with important and major challenges due to the fact that there is this effort for a decarbonization and winning on from the lignite. So one major challenge is to tackle unemployment with the creation of new jobs. To what extent the ESF Plus projects will they contribute to meeting this challenge, and how do you plan to achieve a complementarity in relation also with the Just Transition Fund? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. We had some problems en route on our way here. You have 6 minutes at your disposal. So let me say hello to everyone. I'd like to thank you for inviting me. This is a wonderful event taking place at a very critical point in time. So this is all very interesting because the new programs are now being launched and the programs of the previous period are closing. So we're talking about stock taking, but also planning, and I'm talking about the new developments in the European Union. So we in Western Macedonia have one of the biggest problems, unemployment, that is. And this is a matter that is of concern to us for many years now. And there are many inherent weaknesses in our economy because this was a unidimensional economic model. And now, with the fact that we're closing down the lignite factories, we have to create a new productive model. We are helped by the programs, particularly our ΕΣΠΑ, the PA, and there are targeted interventions planned to tackle unemployment. So, through policy objective 5 of the new PA for a more social Europe, we want to develop actions, employment for the unemployed in smart specialization. And we have defined this. We're talking about energy, agriculture, manufacturing, and tourism. So that's what we place emphasis on. Also actions, training, and upskilling for unemployed, so that they can change, if you like, orientation and be able to fill new jobs that will be created thanks to the new investments in Western Macedonia, either through the PA or through the Just Transition Fund, because there are funds available there, and the government is giving incentives to Western Macedonia, and this is what I mentioned before, meaning synergies and complementarity of programs. We also want to boost self-employment, so we want to make the existing companies more resilient in this new production model as it is forming, as it is taking shape. And also, we're talking about the creation of new jobs as well. New jobs where there will be the support of new initiatives by private individuals who wish to invest and begin their career in this sector. So this our operational program acts in a complementary fashion to the developmental law, the investments with this very good program all over Greece, but in particular in Western Macedonia, we have very good incentives, the highest ever, and it is complementary to the Just Transition program, where again we have many funds available, that is true, and very strong incentives for direct investment, but also for training, retraining of unemployed, in particular in new sectors of the economy. New sectors where there will be new investments, and these sectors are energy, the energy sector, and this will continue to exist in Western Macedonia. Also manufacturing and agriculture, tourism, and innovation and education. So that's where over 220 million will be made available for training and retraining actions of unemployed persons. And furthermore, other actions which we have planned in our new operational program are the ones that promote the adjustment of employees to the changes that are expected in the coming programming period up until 2030 rather, because we know that there's certain restrictions set by the European Union for a greener and a smarter Europe. So the employees must acquire these skills. And we have already planned and designed many such actions. And we have funds available for that. And finally, we have a program, a development program by the Manpower Employment Agency of Greece, OAED, to support unemployed. And we have 4 sub-programs, one can say, separate sub-programs where, for example, they provide support to companies to hire people who are unemployed. They support companies to attract specialized staff, scientists who are then called to come back to Western Macedonia because it might have been their place of origin. They also support, they also help young unemployeds, meaning 18 to 29 years of age. So these are targeted interventions. And we also have the OAED program. So this is the wide range of actions to combat unemployment and to attract new investment. The main role is played by the Just Transition program And there, I'm sure we will have many investments due to the incentives and the money that is available. Thank you very much. I think you gave us a very good description of the situation of how you tackle unemployment and how you try to create new jobs in your region and what your plans are for the coming years, because only you can have a comprehensive approach. That's the only way forward. I might have asked you about ESF plus, but employment and jobs, well, that covers other things as well. So thank you for this very good description. And reskilling, that's very important, especially for your region, because we know that people used to work in the lignite mines, in the lignite power plants, and now they have to be reskilled and they have to find work elsewhere. So reskilling is of paramount importance in your region. Thank you very much. Let me come back to Eastern Macedonia and Thrace with a second question. Regional Governor, health during the pandemic became a very important sector, and a lot of money was made available in 2014 to 2020 to deal with the consequences of the pandemic. What is the role of health in your new regional program? And what about primary health care as a very big priority nationally, but also at the level of the European Union?
Λίγο πάλι πιο γενικά. Από την πρώτη στιγμή της
Allow me to begin with a more generic comment. From the onset of the pandemic and fulfilling our role and mandate as local authorities, we supported the central government, the state, in addressing this crisis. So the developments were rather satisfactory under excellent coordination. As a result, a considerable amount of resources, I think exceeding 70 million euros for our region alone, above 15 or 16 or 17% of the total budget of the program. So all those funds were allocated in order to support the situation by means of medical care and health care staff, medical infrastructure, medical devices, and so forth. Therefore, there is a major upgrade of the healthcare sector in our region, and we were in a position to manage a number of cases during the pandemic, patients, that is. Of course, there were some critical events, of course, as well during the pandemic, but we will continue to the same direction. Now, as regards the primary health care area, in our region, perhaps is faced with a less dire need to be supported, maybe a more dire need about the primary healthcare level regards the regions of Attica or big centers such as Thessaloniki. So in our region there are of course central healthcare centers, but so far I would say that the overall handling is rather satisfactory, and I will stop here. Okay, the health thematic as a policy is always a critical policy at the level of every region. Coming back to you, Mr. Kasapidis, with a rather different question. I would like to discuss culture with you, since culture is one of the policy objectives under the objective number 4. In your region, there are Byzantine and post-Byzantine remarkable monuments and sites. What are the operations and the actions that you have designed in order to highlight and valorize the cultural heritage sites, and how will this contribute to the creation of new jobs? Indeed, you are absolutely right. Western Macedonia enjoys a hidden treasure of the Byzantine and post-Byzantine period, namely the Kastoria monuments inside the town of Kastoria, and to a lesser extent in the area of Prespe and in the area of Servies, Kozani. So this cultural heritage is at the focus of our design and of our policy planning via the funding of various projects to better showcase this cultural heritage of ours. And already in the previous programming period, various actions were implemented, mainly salvage projects for those monuments with the involvement of the archaeological departments in the area. However, a lot of work needs to be done from now on. And for example, the Kastoria Byzantine Museum, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture, we envisage to have this museum hosted at the previous Xenia Hotel in Kastoria, so a larger building, renovated and so forth. This should normally take place in this programming period, that is 21-27. This is a major investment in culture, and specifically now that Kastoria, our area, is faced with a severe economic problem, since due to the warfare in Ukraine, the key economic activity in our region, namely fur manufacturing and fur coat production, has actually suffered a severe blow. What used to be a competitive advantage now is a source of unemployment. Now, other projects as well for the conservation of Byzantine monuments and sites in Prespa. For example, the St. Helios small church in the lake of Prespa, which is the host area for a lovely music festival every summer, and also the Byzantine castle of Servies, which is also supported via this operational program. And at the same time, we set up the DMO, this management authority in the field of culture, that was not set up in the previous period, but now it is about to be rolled out in this programming period. Also, we want to highlight the ecosystems in our region through various ecotourism actions. We are among the richest regions in Greece in that respect. We have the Prespe lakes, the Kastoria lake and others. So all that is comprised under an integrated territorial investment plans for the Prespe area. And of course, we are very much interested in combining the natural environment and the local food products of our terroir with the various Byzantine and post-Byzantine monuments in our region. So all that will be funded, and already various interventions do have funds committed to their implementation. Thank you. Thank you. Indeed, you are the region of the lakes, that is Western Macedonia, which is dubbed the region of the lakes. And I believe that culture is a key investment sector under all operational programs, but of course we are very much interested into seeing how culture will act as a driver at the level of the local economy and will feed in, so to speak, the creation of jobs. Thank you. Mr. Paquet now.
So what are the actions, in your opinion, of ESF Plus, which have been adopted by the ROPs of Greece, which are characterized by the European Commission as priority actions? So the successful implementation of which will have a significant additional value to achieving the aims of policy objective 4. And what is the role of capacity building for the successful implementation of these actions?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I took a bit less time before, so I'll take a bit more now because I have a few things to share. Well, the first thing is to note, indeed, it was said for the region of East Macedonia, but it applies to the whole country. PO4, Policy Objective 4, represents close to 40% of the funding in the regional programs. That is ESF and ERDF combined. So it's a huge amount, but which is commensurate to the challenge as presented by Governor Agorastos this morning very vividly. We have a lot to do. So this is a very precious starting point. Regarding the ESF, I think the first thing I place is not necessarily the biggest action in the program, but it's the most important is around everything we do around children. There is much more focus on children in this period, because also at European level we adopted the child guarantee, and we have objectives here. And it's also there that the rate of poverty is even more exacerbated. And if you look at material deprivation of children in Greece, there is a lot to be done behind. So I would place this one first. Second, more generally, we have looked at the different things we were doing and tried to broaden what the regional programs could do to better address some of the challenges of some groups, in particular belonging to minorities or with migrant background, which is a novelty in this program. So this is, for me, also a top priority. Third, I think what we appreciate a lot is the ambition to not only continue what we have been doing, but really trying now to set objectives for some reforms to finish, to complete. For instance, the deinstitutionalization, I made it, to say it, for children is a top objective across the regions to be completed over the decade. So this is very good for us, right ambition, and behind that, innovative means, including, for some of them, the supported living. But then, I think we need also on the employment side to work differently. There were attempts, but they were limited on social economy. We see it as a powerful potential. In your region in transition, social economy should be really one of the dimensions of bringing new forms of jobs, which can also link to the cultural sector, by the way, or to taking care of the elderly who are in remote areas, helping with accessibility. So for me, this is really one thing to invest a lot in the social economy. And behind that, you have, again, the skills. It's actually everywhere across the programs. Upskilling, indeed. We will have actually the European Year of Skills 2023 next year, where we want to really use that to harness all our thinking and energy on doing things differently. But looking at the smart specialization, you need skilled workers. And skilled workers is not only protecting them, it is your first source of competitiveness in the regions. There are many other factors, but the first factor for attracting investments will be your workforce. So, voilà, this is how I would depict the main challenges, but also what the programs will bring. Let me note on the ERDF side, we thought of also with you focusing what we do. So there were a lot of investments in health, but this decade we see it as crucial to have a particular emphasis on primary health care that dominates what the investment should do. But also more generally, education and health investments will continue, but there should be a much more structured mapping of needs and investments, also having in mind what we said before for transport or the other sectors, that the RF will be doing things, and if we want to tap the whole potential of these funds, we need the proper mapping, and therefore the whole pipeline of projects behind. So that's now on the capacity building. The capacity building is one thing that we have put in the regional programs under ESF, but it's a broader issue. But there are amounts, indeed, across the regions with different sort of emphasis depending on the regional realities to reach out to some groups and prepare their civil society or social partners to better also work with the regions. For instance, in some regions, it was chosen to help social partners work with the regions on the smart specialization for designing the right sort of employment measure or skilling measures. In other regions, they will dedicate some sums to work with the Roma community in a much more active way than before. But I would like to emphasize that there are things in the program, but for me, what is the main difference with the new generation of program is the attempt to bring them together also with more support coming in from the national level. So the idea is that on the one hand, the program of Niki Dandolu, the Human Resource Social Cohesion, will be developing also pilots or studies or reforms at their level, which will serve the purpose of then experimenting and helping the region developing proper model to implement in, for instance, the area, the topic of inclusion of Roma, where we have done a lot over the years, but a bit failed in the results. We discussed that in Kalamata already. Yeah? So we need to use this toolbox to do it differently. But there is also another level of dimension for the capacity building, which is, and this is a discussion we have with Dimitris Skalkos about using the technical assistance national program for capacity building of beneficiaries. And really here, for me, this all relates, because if you want to do social economy, you need also a very dynamic scene of entrepreneurs, but also civil society organizations or social partners who feed it. And the way we would see how to link this also, that's my last point, I will assure you, is there is a possibility under the regulation to create working groups under monitoring committees. Next week, we start the monitoring committees across national programs and regional programs. And I will certainly discuss with Niki Dandolu in the Human Resource Social Cohesion Program how we could create thematic working groups on some topics, which would, if you want, overcome the different divisions we have in programming, because programs, it's programs. We need to put the money in certain order. However, the real work on the topic is across these boundaries. Huh? So having, for instance, a thematic working group on the child guarantee that would bring together what the HRSC will be doing in this topic with all the regions and having a more permanent, community of practitioners working together beyond just our institutions and our arrangements. So that's my vision for capacity building. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους. Νομίζω ότι...
Thank you very much. I don't think we're going to get bored this programming period. With ESF Plus, we have a lot of new things to do, somewhat difficult, but I think we're born for difficult things. And we've had excellent collaboration with the competent national authorities, and we will design quickly, correctly, and with your help, of course, and support. So we will design the new actions so as to face new challenges and meet the new priorities that have been set. And I believe that at the end of the day, at the end of the program, we will have achieved a great many things for society and for all of us. Thank you very much. I thank you all, and this session is now over. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, στόχος πολιτικής 5.
PO5, ITIs for the regeneration of local communities. Mrs. Kostopoulou Maria is the moderator. She's from ESA. You'll never learn ESA. You'll never understand what it means. I think I mentioned it correctly. ESA. We also have Pharmakis Nektarios regional governor of Western Greece. He is sick with COVID, so we will connect online. And Mrs. Christina Karaitidou. I keep remembering the football player. No, you got my name wrong. So ITIs can help us solve problems regarding road access if we coordinate amongst ourselves well. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Now, it may be a habit to have a spatial cohesion towards the end of the agenda, and although we are towards the end of our meeting and closer to our dinner, and I know that the interest in this thematic is very vivid, I would suggest that the next time we put ITIs and territorial policies overall at the beginning of the agenda, to be followed by the regional programs and the sectoral ones, because sometimes sectoral investments and sectoral programs may lead to deeper gaps, and this is why we need to consider very carefully the European financial resources at the level of territorial cohesion. So let us tackle the core of this session's debate. I would like to thank you all for being here to discuss this policy objective number 5, namely integrated territorial investments for the renewal of the local communities. I would like to warmly thank our host region, the region of Thessaly, also for the collaboration in order to prepare this event. So in this thematic, we have the participation of Mr. Nektarios Farmakis, the governor of the region of Western Greece. Unfortunately, he may not be present with us, physically present. However, he is with us. He is joining us via the web technologies. Now, we have with us, next to me, an experienced governor of the region, namely Mr. Kechrimanis Alexandros for the region of Epirus. So both an experienced one and the ambitious, also realistic representative on the other hand, so we can combine both. With us we also have Madam Kazila Eva from the European Commission, DG Regio and Urban Development, dear colleague, who will share with us the views of the European Commission. And on this occasion I would like to wish all the best to Madam Kazila, rather, who due to some health problems could not join us, unfortunately, and we have a representative from the DG Regio instead. Now, unfortunately, we have a very limited time available, not more than 5 minutes, so I believe that I can raise the first question to Mr. Farmakis. Can you hear us? Yes. Yes, we can hear you, we can see you as well, perfectly. So, you are head of a region with important advantages. I have always been concerned over the issue that I'm about to grace. In all areas, in all aspects, there are strong advantages, economic advantages, social advantages, territorial ones. However, we see that there are difficulties in your region as regards its potential, that is to play a leading role. Of course, we know that there are regions that have been competitive and others that are striving in order to keep up with the growth, let's say, pace, despite the fact that they have all the potential to do so. So this territorial policy framework via all those operational programs, could this act, if you like, as a driver and as an element of cohesion in order for your region to be a protagonist? Thank you very much for your question. And indeed, this responds to our idea at the level of the functionality of all those programs as a facility, as a tool. And this to be combined with our aspiration, that is the sustainable management of the environment, placing the emphasis of the natural wealth and resources, also supporting the number of visitors through the upgrade of the various infrastructure, and also to support our region vis-à-vis the other regions, because you know that vis-à-vis other regions we are not so much advantaged due to the fact of our geographical profile. And of course, we need to upgrade existing infrastructure and build up new infrastructure. Let us not forget the upgrading, if you like, of our human capital and its adaptation to the new conditions of our times. So having in mind those priorities, indeed, the operational programs can act as an element of integration towards those objectives. Special emphasis is placed on highlighting our archaeological heritage based on the pillars of ancient Olympia and others, and also we want to support soft forms of tourism in the mountainous areas. Let us also not forget the urban center, metropolitan rather center of Patra, which we wanted to be connected with the local business environment. And via those initiatives we want to promote services of international trade for the wider area and for the axis of Avrianio, Mesologi and others. Also, we have the potential of growth in the primary sector, especially in Agrinio, Ilia and Mesolongi in the farming area, and of course the semi-mountainous areas of Achaia and Teltoloakanania as regards husbandry and animal farming, and also aquaculture in the coastal areas. Now, it is worth noting that in the western Greece we have the largest port in the western Greece, that is Patras, and one of the most important cruise port, which is in Katakolo. We have archaeological and historical heritage sites from Kalavrita and elsewhere. We have Lake Trichonida and Kaiafa waterfalls as well. And instead of having them as a sources, let's say, of natural elements and disasters, to have them promoted as points of beauty and interest. So indeed, instead of having problems, we can have those operational programs as a merger, as a pole of integration for the entire region. So the biggest, the grape vine, the biggest will be also the fruits. Thank you very much. And now I will raise my next question to Mr. Kachrimanis. So, Mr. Kahrimanis, you are the governor of a very beautiful region that is Epirus, which combines in a balanced manner the agri-food sector, science, culture, the natural environment, this unique landscape. But Epirus as well finds it difficult to compete with its European counterparts. Now, in this new programming period and during the design of this new programming period, apparently the previous OP has been evaluated in order to identify weaknesses and challenges. Bearing all that in mind, what are your priorities, the Epirus operational program, in order to reduce this regional gap with other regions, but also the gap within the Epirus region itself?
The first weakness that we identified in the previous programming period was that we were late in starting the program. This is why in this period we have started earlier and we've already completed the first phase, i.e. determination of the areas of intervention. We have acquired an experience regarding ITIs because we had an ITI regarding ancient theatres. And there, we did not only intend to restore our 5 ancient theatres, i.e. Dodoni, Kassopi, Nikopolis, Ambrakia, and Gitana, but we also intended to use culture in order to create a new tourist route in Epirus, because we are not an island, we're not Attica when it comes to tourism, and we're not like Crete either. So, by restoring our ancient theatres to a good extent so that they could be used, we in Nicopolis, for example, in order to unify it, as was mentioned earlier, for infrastructure projects by Mr. Agorastos, we had the bypass road of Nikopoli. So we leave Nicopolis and there we have the biggest ancient city in Greece, which is unified so that it can be considered one of the cultural monuments of Europe. And then this route, we started this route with Diazoma in 2013. We created a strategic objective and slowly we started having this route and various initiatives that we undertook, and then 60 enterprises have been following us, and these are from the primary sector all the way to the tourism sector, and they will get a logo with the roots of these ancient theatres. This allowed us to amass a great experience and to see how we can actually use culture and promote tourism. So we're talking about cultural tourism, and we also identified our weaknesses. So we saw that the implementing body of the program, there we used Epirus SA, but Epirus SA had no funds. So we used money from the region to follow this route, the route that we had carved out. Now, there will be funds available, and these funds will be from the program itself, the new PA, and the gentleman has just lost his mic. So the ITI that we will use, so under technical assistance funds will be made available. So this is how we intend to move forward. We also saw that there were disparities within the region. So there we intervene. We intervene in a surgical manner. And there will be parts of Epirus that were important for tourism development, so we will give them what they're missing, what they're lacking in various sectors. So this is what we've arranged in the program, and that's how we intend to proceed. Thank you very much. Now let me move on to the European level and to the discussions held at the European level. Mrs. Karaitivi, from meetings that have been held regularly, sometimes even twice a year, with the competent ministers at the level of the European Union. So we know that very significant strategic and political texts have been adopted for ITI. We're talking about the new Leipzig Charter and the territorial agenda. And I'd like to ask you a question. How did this affect the territorial cohesion policy, and how is this included in the sectoral policies, EU sectoral policies? Because it's very important for us to see through sectoral policies for transport, for example, for the environment. So how territorial cohesion is taken into account, and of course urban development issues.
Κύριε Αγοραστέ, αγαπητέ κύριε Καχρημάκη.
Good evening. I would like to extend a warm thank you to the host of this organization, as well as all of you, all the regioners, the leadership of the Ministry of Development, for this excellent event. First of all, allow me to say that I am here instead of my colleague, Madame Kazila, and it was only at the very last minute that I was asked to substitute for her. Despite all that, I'm very happy because among us we have the two the governors of two regions with whom I have a very close collaboration from Brussels. Now, coming back to your question, our cities, our towns, as you all know, not just the metropolitan centers and the capital cities in Europe, have become too big, if you like. And the ministers have become aware of that years ago, ever since 2007. So our cities are faced with the problems that are very well known to all of us, that it's overpopulation, social problems, economic problems. And I'm not just referring to the capital cities, but to all big, let's say, urban centers. So transportation difficulties, therefore the quality of living for the citizens is not the desired one. Therefore, in 2017, as you said, we had this charter, the Leipzig Charter, whereby the ministers for the environment or spatial and urban planning of all the member states came together in order to draft a set of principles asking from the member states and the local governments to have them adopted in their programs in order to have sustainable urban development. And having said this, the overall objective, of course, was to provide a better quality of life for their citizens and also to attract businesses in the objective of sustainable economic development. So all those principles laid down in the Leipzig Charter took into account the previous programming periods. And I would say that neither in the previous one nor in this current and the previous one, there was no specific, let's say, target at the level of urban development and sustainable urban development. It was not before this current operational program that we have had the specific programs aiming at this urban development. We did have urban development objectives, but via the means and projects under different policy objectives, specifically policy objective number 2 on the environment. Fortunately or unfortunately, or as it would be expected, the local authorities and the member states in general, but Greece specifically, did not have the know-how to materialize those strategies on time, and as a result, those strategies were only adopted in 2016 or 2017, at least for the most part. Therefore, all those actions were put on track with delays. Now, in Greece, it is not that we do not have the know-how, the technical know-how. It is more rather a problem of affordability. So we did not have the resources in order for all those strategies to be implemented. What was required, that is, by the European Union. All the actions that started at the level of implementation and continue to be implemented are rather fragmented, I would say. And the local governments, the local authorities did not adopt a holistic approach, not only because they did not wish to adopt such an approach, but also because they were not aware of such an approach, as is the case with other member states, for example, Belgium. So most of the municipalities do have dedicated resources to roll out a holistic approach, holistic interventions, if you like, improving the lives of the citizens. And when I refer to interventions, well, I see that time flies anyway, says the speaker. So in this coming operational period, 2021-2027, we decided to have a new policy objective, that is spatial cohesion, in order to have more integrated interventions. So it is not a mere, let's say, urban regeneration at the level of a square or the level of the road network, but it is about actions involving the entirety of the local community. And those integrated interventions and the strategies that are required for this coming period need to involve all sectors and involving all the stakeholders, that is, all local stakeholders, all urban stakeholders, in the private sector as well, not only in the public sector. Therefore, it is very important to have an understanding, a prior understanding among the social partners and the local stakeholders to discuss together all the problems and the concerns at the level of their region, at the level of their community, and all of them come up with ways to contribute to the improvement of the life of the citizens. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Christina. And indeed, in the past, we envisaged the urban development only under the perspective of the urban planning aspect. It is very fortunate that we have included the element of development as well, both social and economic development. Therefore, we are in a position to forge more complex, if you like, or more multifaceted strategies which respond to an holistic spatial planning. as regards the integrated territorial investments in Greece and the fact that there is a lag, I believe that Mr. Farmakis would be the most adequate person to respond to this question. So at the level of Patras, which is the third largest city in Greece with modern interconnections, road network, ports and so forth, a dynamic university, a long-term forward-looking mentality, if you like, and also a culture of industrial production. And in this area, in this region, you had an integrated territorial investment. So, Mr. Farmakis, given this richness, this culture, to what extent is this Patras integrated territorial investment contributes to this vision of an integrated, sustainable green city?
Before answering your question, let me say that the previous speaker, my colleague, mentioned a lot of interesting things. And this has to do with how important timing is, meaning when you implement and use a financial instrument in order for you to have the biggest possible impact on society. So it is important to press the trigger earlier. And I think that all the regions have paved the way and have set the deadlines in order for us to win the wager. And also, it's very important to have consultation and participation of all stakeholders, be they first level of local government or private sector, as was mentioned by the previous speaker. So obviously, these are lessons learned. And this has to do with the experience we've had so far and what problems have been identified when implementing ITIs. Now, in relation to Patras, because you asked me about Patras, we must not forget the following. Patra has been characterized as an innovation hub, a regional innovation hub, and it has significant infrastructure in research and technology, which have not been made full use of due to the fact that there is no interconnection between enterprises and research institutes, and also disseminating innovation in the local businesses. So this dissemination should benefit the enterprises in our region. So this decision is very important, and we are in the center of the road network, and this actually means that we have a higher administrative role, a higher social role, and so on and so forth. So we are the center of entrepreneurship, the center of services provided to Achaia regional unit, but also to Western Greece and the Ionian Islands to a certain extent. So Patra, by nature, is an open city. It can upgrade its role as a modern development pole in the world today, provided, of course, it has a social content, meaning we have to focus on innovation and also improve our capacity. We have to be outward-looking and we have to achieve collaboration. So we know that the financial crisis has affected Patra city as well, and this is seen in social structures in particular. So the ITI that is running now for Patra, together with the municipality of Patras, in the initial phases, has specific targets. One, to show the city as a gateway and as a transit for the Adriatic corridor. We want to become a cultural center. We also want to improve research, innovation, tourism, and health. We want to make use of the advantages due to our geographical location. And as I said, we have the two Pathe, for example, and the Ionian Road. And we also want to enhance our role in the Peloponnese, in Western Greece, and the Ionian Islands. So the vision of Patra is to become a smart digital city by making use of the opportunities that one has in developing modern infrastructure and services. And we also want to have a green city, a smart city. We want to create new open spaces. We want to connect them to networks of sustainable urban mobility, and we want to have actions that will take advantage of renewables, and we also want to upgrade our building stock. Of course, in this context, we must not forget the role that Patra must play as a blue city, i.e. focusing on maritime activities and the blue growth. So the general development objective of the ITISUB of Patras must have to do with prosperity in the city, social cohesion. So we want to be a place of prosperity, so a place to live in, because this is how you attract investment. This is an indirect way. And how will this be achieved? By supporting human capital, productive activities, and all the operations in the city, together with supporting our role as a gateway to the sea, but also making use of our cultural identity. Now, the specific developmental objectives have to do with supporting employment and the human resources, improving our capacity, making it more sustainable, having smart approaches, and also connecting the historic center to the coastal area. If you visualize Patra, you'll see that this is a one-way street, meaning connecting the historic center to the coastal area. And we're also talking about making integrated management of our cultural heritage. This means that we have to strengthen our identity, and this is important to enhance our picture, our image, and to make it a better city for the citizens and for those who want to come and stay with us as tourists, but also as investors. This is a roadmap that we are using for ITIs / sustainable urban development. But at the same time, let me tell you that we've also identified our weaknesses compared to the ITIs in the previous period. If I can actually say one thing, is the following. I think that this bottom-up policy that has now been implemented as a territorial policy, this must be applied across the board, everywhere. So what we're talking about proximity, that the local actors know the needs better. This is not just for ITIs, this is for all policy axes, and this is something we should all bear in mind. Local government, central government, this is something we all need to remember. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing with us your vision for the city of Patras. Now, a question for Mr. Kachrimanis. Now, in Epirus, there are urban centers, but at the same time, there are remote, isolated areas which are being depopulated. For us as visitors, they look very attractive because we like visiting rather isolated areas, but those areas are not to the liking of the young people of Epirus, who actually flee them. Now, Epirus in the past had proceeded with two important interventions in the city of Ioannina and another one involving ancient theatres. In this new programming period, urban development and culture, so two elements of the previous programs for the integrated territorial investments, will they continue to be a priority? And what new is there? What new elements are there in the new programming period, given the constraints in the budget? Well, listen, in the previous programming period, following this ITI in the ancient theatres, and by connecting tourism with culture and the local food products from the local terroir, we also proceeded with an ITI for the city of Ioannina. The key aspect involved the Niarchos street, that is the street which connects the city of Ioannina with the University Hospital and the University of Ioannina as well. So this street, this road, if you like, is revetted with a totally new profile. For example, the ambulance can reach, can connect the hospital with the patient in very fast, but also this attracted companies from abroad, companies in the field of new technologies, which established local branches, offices in Ioannina, and have hired many IT specialists. So as a result, alongside with the university, the impact of those newcomers, of those foreign company branches in Ioannina has led to the fact that we have been asked to set up a research park, a research center by the university, which we have completed, of course. So we have attracted new businesses. But, as you said, there are many areas in our region, beautiful areas at the level of landscape. However, they are very much behind at their infrastructure and at the level of somehow due diligence from our side, if you like, or caretaking from our side. So we have many visitors in Epirus because we have a beautiful landscape, we have excellent food products and so forth. So we see that following this ITI in the city of Ioannina, the profile of the city has totally changed. A friend of mine with whom we drove around the city was taken aback by those extraordinary changes following this ITI. So in the same manner, Igoumenitsa Art and Preveza will also be the object of such an ITI. And beginning of 2023, via technical assistance program, will be able to prepare and submit the technical studies that are required in order to proceed to such an ITI. Now, other areas in our region are areas of merit, however, they have not yet been developed, let's say, such as the Souli area. A research paper in collaboration with the National Technical University of Athens has been prepared, and alongside with the local food products, and we intend to provide the Souli area with a different profile. The same for the Dzoumerka area. In many areas which is totally intact, such as Sirako mountain, the Asprovouni area, Metsovo, near Metsovo rather. So this entire area deserves to be upgraded thanks to its local food projects. There are pathways from the past. And in the Konitsa area with renowned villages, there are 3 spa sources and thermal spa springs rather, and we plan to have an integrated territorial investment in this thermal spring area of Konitsa and the Mastrochoria villages area in order to provide to Epirus a whole different profile, if you like. So all that will be part, supported by tourism and by culture, will be part of this tourism medley of our region. So we have 116 million of a budget for this purpose, which accounts for approximately 36% of the ERDF. And also from the transborder project between Greece and Italy, we also have ongoing projects for our thermal springs, and all of that is interconnected, actually.
Christina, last question to you. We keep talking about ITIs. You talked a bit previously about certain elements of an ITI, and in my opinion, this specializes regional development issues. Now, for the European Commission, what exactly is an intervention of this type, an integrated intervention, and what makes a strategy successful, of course, with limited resources always? And we'd like you to tell us if there's some good examples, good practices, which highlight the complementarity between European tools, because now there are many European tools available, not only as regards the funding, but also as regards the political decisions taken inside the European Commission. As I mentioned previously, in the period 2014-2020, the territorial actions that had been included in investment priorities 2, well, they were adopted very late, and this led to the implementation of actions which did not have an integrated character or nature. This can be seen from the absorption rate as well. So the absorption so far of all ITIs is less, it's around 10%. It's very low. And we have approved about 56 ITIs. 37 are urban development ITIs, and 14, if I remember correctly, are ITIs that are not urban. So the reason for this, I believe, is because there was no know-how back then. We didn't know exactly what the ITIs were aiming at, what they wanted to do. Not all agencies behind, so in the area, in the region, had got together, or even the municipality, so that they could then see exactly what actions they wanted to carry out. Because when we say actions, it's not that I want to protect the environment. So that's not enough. It's too descriptive. Or I want to help SMEs. Or I want, for example, to have smart bins, for example, waste bins. No, an ITI, so such an integrated intervention is an action plan which is very specific. We have specific projects that are for a specific area. Are there any good examples in Europe, in the European Union? Well, let me agree with Mr. Karchimanis that in Greece, the non-urban ITI, which we believe is doing well for the moment, meaning it has higher absorption, and which we consider a good example because it concerns a wider area, is the restoration of the ancient theaters. So we believe this to be a very good ITI, and the publicity was through the Destination Management Organization. This is an agency that deals exclusively with promotion, tourist promotion of this route, this specific route, the route of the ancient theaters. Abroad, of course, there are many other examples, or rather there are other successful examples, but let me explain, as I mentioned earlier, that the countries that have successful ITIs are countries that have had the experience in the past, meaning they were able to establish strategies and implement these strategies. Now you have 18 in the PA, 18 ITIs. In order for us to reduce the time required for these strategies to be adopted, we have placed 18 months from the date of approval of the programs, meaning from September 2022, we'll go up to April, March 2024. So we recommend that everybody sits around the table, all the stakeholders, and this was mentioned by Mr. Farmakis, so everybody from a region should sit together around the same table, all the stakeholders, so they need to think of the actions, the specific projects they want to carry out in their region. So they need to do this together. Thank you very much. The truth is that in 18 months from the adoption of the programs, you must have the updating of the strategies, the continuing strategies. Now, there will already be the experience from these continuing strategies, meaning the one that we have already designed, and we hope that in the new PA, the things will be different. But let me say that the most important thing regarding these strategies and these projects, which will be set up by the various agencies that will sit around the table, so they have to think of maturity. These need to be mature projects, because unfortunately in this period, this is the most important thing, meaning the projects that will be put forward must be mature, because we don't want any further delays in the implementation of ITIs, be they urban or non-urban. So I think we have to learn our lessons from the current PA. We have to identify strengths or weaknesses, and there needs to be a team that will be dealing with implementation. And we also use specific tools for the ITIs. We're talking about providing support to beneficiaries, the specific action plan, which is being created right now. We also have the EIB, the PASA program. We have the World Bank, again, which deals with specific strategies, urban strategies for functional areas, and other things that are being designed by us and that will be implemented during the next programming period. So I'm very optimistic, because I believe that the experience from this programming period will allow us to be optimistic for the future. So thank you very much for participating in this discussion regarding territorial cohesion. I'd also like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Skalkos, for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. I was telling the governor of Epirus that I loved the scenes he showed us. We normally go to Betsobo. He used to be a mayor there. We meet there. So welcome, President of NPE. Today we had three hosts. The minister, of course, Mr. Georgiadis, who actually began this meeting together with the other host, Mr. Agorastos, and now we have Mr. Tsakiris, who would bring the event to a close. I don't think it was a tiring day. It was a full day, but very good. There were many ideas. There was exchange of information, all these hours, and now we have with us the people who are really interested in the matter, because you know that people who attend the meeting sometimes come to shake hands and take photos. So here we have those really interested that remain till the end. Mr. Tsakiris, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you all for staying till the end of this one-day meeting. This is a very important day for us in Larissa. First of all, let me warmly thank, and I'm certain by interpreting the feelings of all of you, that I'd like to thank our hosts, the region of Thessaly, Kostas Agorastos, the regional governor of Thessaly, for the wonderful hospitality today in this beautiful museum. Kostas is a good friend, a dear friend, but he is also a man who has an in-depth knowledge of regional government in Greece. And this can be seen from his work, the work that he has carried out, but also because he's such a consistent and reliable person. It is no coincidence that the region of Thessaly is one of the best regions in Greece. And it is also one of the regions that are distinguished in Europe. So not just in Greece, but in Europe. And I can say this because I am the president of the municipalities and regions in Europe. And I saw that Thessaly, through its projects, be it the road network of Thessaly or flagship projects like Karla Lake or the museums of Thessaly, we see some beautiful underwater museums that can be visited by thousands of citizens from all over the world. And we also see that he had set ambitious goals which he achieved. For example, Thessaly is one of the 100 areas in Europe with a zero climate footprint. And it's one of the 200 regions which actually meet the Green Deal. They satisfy the criteria set in the Green Deal. This shows that Thessaly is in good hands, the hands of Kostas Agorastos, and that we, the friends of Kostas Agorastos, are very proud of his work. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that the period we're going through is a very difficult period. We all know this, all regional governors, and not just in Greece, but also all over Europe. There are many challenges before us, and every challenge is based on a previous one and creates a new one. So it's a non-ending story. We have war in Europe. We have inflation. We have very high prices. This is bad for all families. Problems in the logistics, climate change. Climate change has become our nightmare because it's threatening our lives and our property. And of course, this unprecedented energy crisis, which we are now faced with, and for which, please allow me to say, unfortunately, even today, we don't have persuasive or convincing answers from Europe. So in this turbulent environment, in this environment of multiple crises and consecutive crises, we have a great opportunity opening up before us, the new programming period, the new PA 2021-2027. This programming period with a lot of financial instruments, which once again the regions are called upon to make effective use of, not only in order to overcome the uncertainties, the crises, and the challenges that we are faced with today, but mainly because this may be more important, to create the opportunities for a great impetus with prospects for all and a bright future for all. So development prospects. And here we see the two challenges that we have to face. And I'm talking about one, the fact that we have increased funding for regional programs. And I'm saying this and I underscore it. And I'd like to warmly thank the Greek government because after pressure, after discussion, and after the conclusion of an agreement with the 13 regions of Greece, well, this is the first time that one third of funds of the PA corresponding to Greece will go through the regions, meaning it will go through local society. And of course, the typology of actions, which now include horizontally economic development and social development of each area. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why what is very important is the fact that for this long consultation process, because many accused us, but we know that there was a long consultation prior to the approval of the regional operational programs. And this allowed us to clearly have a description in sectoral programs of who does what. And in the past, and we've all experienced this, we had problems. We have full harmonization with EU policies in all sectors, and we're fully in line with the regulatory framework of the PA, and this allows us to begin in a good way and in a positive light. So I know that we already have acquired a lot of experience, and we've learned a lot of lessons from previous programming periods. So we need to look ahead now. So I can say clearly, and I can say it with certainty, that the most important thing, the most critical thing of all in the new PA 21-27 is collaboration. Collaboration between municipalities and regions, between economic agents, social partners, the ministries, per type of policy, and of course our collaboration and cooperation with the European Commission. So this cooperation is key, and it must be based on common principles. Principles that are accepted by all the parties, all the stakeholders, in order for us to move fast and to be effective in what we do. And this is why programming, transparency, trying to understand the real capacity of beneficiaries, simplifying the management and control system, trying to break free from bureaucratic obsessions and procedures, but also understanding the needs and competitive advantages of every region. All this is the set of principles for this cooperation. And I'd like to dwell on the last thing that I said. And I'd like to mention that knowing the local needs and having this trust with economic and social partners, well, all this undoubtedly are our competitive advantages for the successful implementation of the new PA. There are many examples. For example, the excellent collaboration we have cultivated all these years with the municipalities all over Greece in implementing projects and actions through our regional programs. And I'm also going to talk about another example, collaboration we have established in the ΕΣΠΑ, which is now finishing with ΕΦΕΠΑΕ, to support entrepreneurship actions, for example. As you know, we assigned the management of subsidies to ΕΦΕΠΑΕ, and we have kept the competence of monitoring and approval of enterprises. But this collaboration was excellent at all levels, meaning between us and ΕΦΕΠΑΕ. So we were very quick at what we did, we were very objective in what we did, and we had very good results. And this successful model in managing actions and aid, well, we are certain that this cooperation model must continue in this new PA 21-27 with the collaboration of ΕΦΕΠΑΕ. Ladies and gentlemen, after this very interesting meeting, after the interesting discussions and exchange of views, I would like, before closing, to particularly thank the competent Deputy Minister, Mr. Tsakiris. However, I would also like to warmly thank the Secretary General, Dimitris Skalkos, a man who is the greatest ally of regions in the effort that we have been engaged in all these years to develop our regions, to create infrastructure that improve the lives and the quality of life of all our fellow citizens. It is not a coincidence that day and night Dimitris Skalkos picks up the phone. He picks up the phone at any time of day or night so that we can solve problems. And I'd like to thank him for this excellent collaboration as President of the Association of Regions of Greece, but also as Regional Governor of Central Macedonia. I'd also like to acknowledge all the people working in the Ministry of Development for their very good collaboration all these years. I'd like to thank the people from the European Commission. Thank you very much for being with us today. I'd like to thank the people from the MAs of the 13 regions, without the help of which we could not have brought about these results. We wouldn't have been able to increase absorption in Greece at such a rate, because thanks to you, thanks to your work, we understand how important the work of the regions is, because what we have these funds, and they actually are converted into measurable, tangible results for all the citizens in the regions of Greece. And finally, once again, I'd like to commit myself on behalf of all the regional governors vis-a-vis the citizens. I'd like to address our fellow citizens and make a commitment and say that all 13 regions of Greece will do our utmost. We will work very hard in the coming programming period. We'll work hard. We will be very methodical in order to be effective and in order to carry out actions and projects that local society really needs in order for this money to be well spent. Every euro needs to be spent wisely in order for us to make the lives of our fellow citizens better. Why? Because this is demanded by the times and because society really needs this. So I invite the European Commission to stand by our side, as it has done all the previous years. And I think it should do away with all bureaucratic obstacles that may delay us. We are at the end of 2022. We do not want, and we must not lose any time. We must not waste any more time, rather. Thank you all very much. So, thank you very much. Mr. Tzitzikostas talked about Mr. Skalkos, and I'd like to say that even though Mr. Skalkos could have concluded, because he's a very humble person, he said no. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Mr. Agorastos. You did a wonderful job in organizing this event. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the audience and see you again. Thank you.